The 18th Amendment and its Enforcement, address by Wayne B. Wheeler, LL.D., at the National Conference, Washington, D.C., September 15, 1920. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 18th Amendment and its Enforcement. The 18th Amendment and the National Prohibition Enforcement Code, to make it operative, will go down in history as the greatest piece of constructive legislation ever adopted by a self-governing people. A fixture in the Constitution. Prohibition is in the federal Constitution to stay. It took 2/3 of both houses of Congress and 36 states to submit and ratify the 18th Amendment. 37 states have now enacted state prohibition laws. One branch of the legislature in 13 states can prevent the repeal of the 18th Amendment. In other words, fewer than 200 state senators in state senates in 13 states can forever prevent the repeal of national constitutional prohibition. It will remain in the Constitution as long as the government stands. It can, however, be partly nullified in two ways. First, by the executive and judicial departments of the government. Second, by the legislative department. The President appoints the Attorney General, who is responsible for the prosecutions in the courts. He also appoints the Secretary of the Treasury, who in turn appoints and is responsible for the Prohibition Commissioner, who represents the federal government in the enforcement of prohibition. The judges may so construe the law or impose inadequate fines upon law violators that lawbreakers are encouraged rather than deterred in unlawful acts. The legislative department of the state and federal government may cripple the enforcement of the 18th Amendment by enacting inadequate law enforcement codes and thus make the enforcement of the 18th Amendment difficult and impracticable. Powers to enforce. Section 2 of the 18th Amendment confers concurrent power upon the several states and the Congress to enforce national prohibition by appropriate legislation. Other amendments to the Constitution simply gave Congress the power to enforce them. For the first time, there was written into the Constitution of the United States specific concurrent power to enforce a constitutional provision, or, as the court said, dealing with the new prohibition created by the Constitution, operating throughout the length and breadth of the United States without reference to state lines, it was sought by the second section to unite national and state administrative agencies in giving effect to the amendment and the legislation of Congress enacted to make it completely operative. What concurrent power means. This much-discussed phrase never had any irreconcilable meaning in it, except to those who desired to make the Prohibition Amendment inoperative. Concurrent power does not require the state to enact the same or any state legislation before the federal law operates. It does not require joint action by state and nation. The court said the words concurrent power in that section do not mean joint power, or require that legislation thereunder by Congress to be effective shall be approved or sanctioned by the several states or any of them. Nor do they mean that the power to enforce is divided between Congress and the several states along the lines which separate or distinguish foreign and interstate commerce from intrastate affairs. It does not require any further ratification or endorsement by the state to give national prohibition vitality. The court said, the power confided to Congress is in no wise dependent on or affected by action or inaction on the part of the several states or any of them. Concurrent power means equal power by state and nation to carry out the purpose of the 18th Amendment. It means cooperating, not conflicting or concurrent power. There can be no conflict when both powers are used as intended. The Supreme Court well said, It cannot possibly be that Congress and the states entered into the great and important business of amending the Constitution in a matter so vitally concerning to all the people solely in order to render government action impossible, or, if possible, to so define and limit it as to cause it to be productive of no results and to frustrate the obvious intent and general purpose contemplated. It means equal cooperating power to enforce national prohibition by appropriate means. The court said, the second section of the amendment does not enable Congress or the several states to defeat or thwart the prohibition, but only to enforce it by appropriate means. Observe also the words of the grant which confines the concurrent power given to legislation appropriate to the purpose of enforcement. End quote. Appropriate legislation to effect the purpose of prohibition has a well-defined meaning. It includes the prevention of the use of intoxicating liquor. Legislative bodies may exercise this power when it is necessary to provide against the evils arising from the traffic. The courts have said repeatedly, quote, the purpose of legislation to prohibit the manufacture and sale of intoxicating liquors is to prevent their use. End quote. It is clear, therefore, that under the concurrent power, the state or the federal government may go as far as it desires in enacting appropriate prohibition laws and enforcement legislation that has a reasonable relation to the purpose of the 18th Amendment. Either may exercise its full power to prohibit, but neither can prevent the other from enforcing its legal prohibition acts, and license or permit what the other unit of government prohibits. Under this power, the state or the federal government may prohibit non-intoxicating liquors because this is necessary in order to bring about the effective enforcement of the prohibition law. But neither the state nor the federal government may legalize or permit intoxicating liquors because the 18th Amendment specifically prohibits both the manufacture and sale of all intoxicating beverages. The court said, quote, the first section of the amendment binds all legislative bodies, courts, public officers, and individuals within those limits, and of its own force invalidates every legislative act, whether by Congress, by a state legislature, or by a territorial assembly, which authorizes or sanctions what the section prohibits. End quote. Since preparing the above, the Supreme Court of Massachusetts has rendered the following opinion on the meaning of the phrase concurrent power. Quote, the amendment does not require that the exercise of the power by Congress and by the states shall be coterminous, coextensive, and coincident. The power is concurrent, that is, it may be given different manifestations directed to the accomplishment of the same general purpose, provided they are not in immediate and hostile collision one with the other. In instances of such collision, the state legislation must yield. We are of the opinion that the word concurrent in this connection means a power continuously existing for efficacious ends to be exerted in support of the main object of the amendment and making contribution to the same general aim according to the needs of the state, even though Congress also has exerted the power reposed in it by the amendment, by enacting enforcing legislation operative throughout the extent of its territory. Legislation by the states need not be identical with that of Congress. It cannot authorize that which is forbidden by Congress, but the state need not denounce every act committed within their boundaries, which is included within the inhibition of the Volstead Act, nor provide the same penalties therefor. It is conceivable also that a state may forbid under penalty acts not prohibited by the acts of Congress. The concurrent power of the states may differ in means adopted, provided it is directed to the enforcement of the amendment. Legislation by the several states appropriately designed to enforce the absolute prohibition declared by the 18th Amendment is not void or inoperative simply because Congress, in performance of the duty cast upon it by that amendment, has defined and prohibited beverages and has established regulations and penalties concerning them. State statutes, rationally adapted to putting into execution the inexorable mandate against the sale of intoxicating liquors for beverage contained in Section 1 of the amendment by different definitions, regulations, and penalties from those contained in Volstead Act, and not in conflict with the terms of the Volstead Act, but in harmony therewith, are valid. Existing laws of that character are not suspended or superseded by the act of Congress. The fact that Congress has enacted legislation covering in general the field of national prohibition does not exclude the operation of appropriate state legislation directed to the enforcement by different means of prohibition within the territory of the state. The power thus reserved to the states must be put forth in aid of the enforcement and not for the obstruction of the dominant purpose of the amendment. It must not be in direct conflict with the act of Congress in the same field. Subject to these limitations growing out of the nature of our dual system of government, the power of the states is constant, vital, effective, and susceptible of continuous exercise. We think that these results follow from the words of the amendment, from the implications of conclusions 8 and 9 of the opinion of Rhode Island versus Palmer, and from the other decisions to which reference has been made. End quote. The duty of the federal government. The government of the United States has the power and the duty to enforce the provisions of the Constitution. Pursuant to this power and duty, Congress enacted the National Prohibition Enforcement Code, known as the Volstead-Sterling Act. Practically every provision in it has precedent in more than 30 states which have adopted state prohibition laws. It represented a new field of legislation only because the federal government heretofore had never been given power to prohibit the manufacture and sale of intoxicating liquors for beverage purposes. The Congress has accepted the 18th Amendment as a part of the Constitution and has enacted as an initial law one that is not drastic but is precedented and necessary if prohibition is to be made effective throughout the nation. Congress must always bear the responsibility of maintaining an enforceable standard of legislation. If Congress weakens the law so it will be difficult to enforce it, that will encourage the opponents of prohibition in the doubtful states to repeal their state enforcement laws or prevent the enactment in the few states that have failed to use their power and do their duty. As long as Congress sets the standard of effective enforcement legislation, the law will be fairly well executed in all the states. If Congress fails to maintain the standard, and the wet states repeal or fail to enact state codes, we will have nullification by legislative power. The 18th Amendment makes prohibition our national policy of government. The nation has the paramount duty resting on it to see that it is enforced. State laws, state constitutions, and state derelict officials to the contrary notwithstanding. The duty of state government. The state has the same obligation resting upon it to enforce the 18th Amendment within the state that the federal government has within the nation. The state did not delegate all of its power to the federal government to prohibit the liquor traffic or to enforce the laws. It retained all of its former power for itself and gave to the nation equal power to aid the states in carrying out a power which was originally within the states. It is given power for the first time to enforce a federal prohibition law. In some respects, the state has a greater moral obligation to enforce the 18th Amendment within its borders than the federal government. The state has a larger number of officers whose duty it is to enforce criminal laws. The 18th Amendment does not take away from them the power to enforce prohibition laws. The state legislatures have the authority to enact prohibition laws, which must be enforced by state officers. Because of the larger number of these officers and the long-standing precedent that it is their duty to enforce these state laws, they should be held to the same standard of public duty concerning the enforcement of the 18th Amendment as to the state laws. Each state, therefore, should speedily enact a state prohibition enforcement code. Necessity for state enforcement codes. Unless the state adopts a prohibition enforcement code, its state officers have no power to exercise final jurisdiction in the enforcement of prohibition laws. Federal laws are enforced by federal officers. State officers are authorized under Section 1014 of the Revised Statutes of the United States to arrest federal law violators and to bind them over to the federal court. They do not, however, have the power to try them and impose penalties upon such violators. The few remaining states that have not yet enacted state prohibition codes are failing to use their power or perform their duty under Section 2 of the 18th Amendment. Reasons why states should enact prohibition codes. Without a state enforcement code, the state will lose all of the fines and forfeited bonds arising from the enforcement of the law. Failure to adopt a state enforcement code encourages lawlessness within the state. The uninformed believe that they have the right to sell such liquors as are not prohibited by state laws. By so doing, they violate the federal law and will be penalized therefore. The state, by failing to adopt a state enforcement code, will make the trial of offenders unnecessarily burdensome. These offenders can be tried only in the federal court if there is no state code. Federal courts are often far from the place where the violation occurs, and the defendant often awaits trial for months in jail if a bond cannot be secured. It is unfair to the defendant, burdensome to the federal government, and unpatriotic not to provide adequate law enforcement machinery to sustain the Constitution of the United States. Harmonizing state and federal laws. The importance of having the state and federal prohibition laws standardized on the main points cannot be overestimated. Different standards of prohibition lead to confusion and conflict. If the state law has a weaker standard than the federal government, many people think they are obeying the law when they comply with state statutes. On the other hand, if the federal law is more lax than the state law, it is liable to mislead many into the belief that if they comply with the federal law to enforce a national constitutional provision, that they are within the law. We have many conflicts now between federal and state laws, the fish and game laws, liquor revenue and tax laws, and many others. In many states, the state law prohibits the sale or prescribing of liquor for medicinal purposes. The federal law recognizes the right to do this. In some states, physicians are not required to secure permits for issuing prescriptions. The federal law requires them. Transportation companies are required to keep records of their shipments under the federal law. In some states, there is no such requirement. These are but a few of the many provisions which for a time will cause some confusion in the enforcement of the prohibition law. The states with weak law enforcement standards will get a larger benefit from the enforcement of national prohibition if they will secure the enactment of laws in practical harmony with the main features of the national prohibition code. On the other hand, the federal code might well be strengthened to conform to the tried standards of effective state codes. Relation of the Anti-Saloon League to enforcement of the 18th Amendment. The Anti-Saloon League and other civic bodies are not called upon to act as detective agencies or policemen to secure the enforcement of the 18th Amendment. There are certain important duties, however, which they can perform. The first essential to law enforcement is the securing and maintaining of enforceable state and federal law enforcement codes. The Anti-Saloon League will have to be on guard many years to prevent the election of a Congress and state legislatures that will amend or repeal the enforcement codes and thus nullify the 18th Amendment. Another essential to effective enforcement is a strong public sentiment favorable to the law and its operation. The wet propaganda is being circulated by many new national anti-prohibition organizations. The Association Opposed to National Prohibitions, the Association Opposed to the Prohibition Amendment, the National Order of Camels, and the National Constitutional Personal Liberty League. In addition, a number of other organizations, like the Good Fellows of America, are at work to create a hostile public sentiment and make the enforcement of the law more difficult. This must be offset by a great campaign in favor of law and order. If a few liquor dealers can nullify the 18th Amendment by these methods, it encourages lawlessness throughout the nation. When law is gone and its enforcement, all is gone in orderly government. The issue has resolved itself into one of loyalty to the Constitution and to the government itself. While private citizens are not required to do police duty, they are obligated to aid the officers of the law by giving them information concerning violations of law, encouraging these officers when they do right, and protesting against them when they are derelict. The National Prohibition Enforcement Commission, with about $4 million appropriated annually, can and will bring about the enforcement of the 18th Amendment if they are given proper cooperation by the government itself and by individual citizens. It may be necessary to appropriate more than has been given this department for the work. If it is necessary, we should insist upon the added appropriation. Government officials can get larger results with the added power given to them as officials with a much smaller amount of money than individuals who attempt to operate without official sanction. Public officials whose duty it is to enforce the law must be elected and supported to carry out their oath of office and promises to support the Constitution of the United States. The Supreme Court held, quote, "The first section of the amendment binds all legislative bodies, courts, public officers, and individuals within those limits," end quote. Any public official, from the president down to a justice of the peace or a magistrate, should be held to accountability to that oath. An officer who takes an oath of office to enforce the law and is paid for that work and refuses to do it should be treated as any other derelict official and to be removed from office. This can be done by the people when derelict officials come up for re-election, and by securing the enactment of laws to remove such useless officials when they fail to do their duty. Organized effort on the part of state leagues through the national organization will bring about the complete and effective enforcement of the 18th Amendment. End of the 18th Amendment and its enforcement, addressed by Wayne B. Wheeler, LLD, at the National Conference, Washington, D.C., September 15th, 1920. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2023. Overview of the 18th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, Prohibition of Alcohol, authored by the Congressional Research Service of the Library of Congress. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 18th Amendment, Section 1. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within, the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from the United States and all territory subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. Section 2. The Congress and the several states shall have concurrent power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. The 18th Amendment was proposed by Congress on December 18, 1917, when it passed the Senate, having previously passed the House on December 17. It appears officially in 40 Statute 1059. Ratification was completed on January 16, 1919, when the 36th state approved the amendment, there being then 48 states in the Union. On January 29, 1919, Acting Secretary of State Polk certified that this amendment had been adopted by the requisite number of states. By its terms, this amendment did not become effective until 1 year after ratification. The 18th Amendment was repealed by the 21st Amendment, and Titles I and II of the National Prohibition Act were subsequently specifically repealed by the Act of August 27, 1935. Federal prohibition laws effective in various districts and territories were repealed as follows. District of Columbia, April 5, 1933, and January 24, 1934. Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands, March 2, 1934, Hawaii, March 6, 1934, and Panama Canal Zone, June 19, 1934. Noting that ratification of the 21st Amendment was completed on December 5, 1933, the Supreme Court held that the National Prohibition Act, insofar as it rested upon a grant of authority to Congress by the 18th Amendment, thereupon become inoperative, with the result that prosecutions for violations of the National Prohibition Act, including proceedings on appeal, pending on or begun after the date of repeal, had to be dismissed for want of jurisdiction. Only final judgments of conviction rendered while the National Prohibition Act was in force remained unaffected. Footnote: because the 21st Amendment contains no saving clause as to the prosecutions for offenses therefore committed, these holdings were rendered unavoidable by virtue of the well-established principle that after the expiration or repeal of a law, no penalty can be enforced, nor punishment inflicted, to violations of the law committed while it was in force. End footnote. Likewise, a heavy special excise tax, insofar as it could be construed as part of the machinery for enforcing the 18th Amendment, was deemed to have become inapplicable automatically upon the amendment's repeal. Footnote: the court also took the position that even if the statute embodying this tax had not been adopted to penalize violations of the amendment, but merely to obtain a penalty for violations of state liquor laws, it ceased to be enforceable at the date of repeal, for with the lapse of the unusual enforcement powers contained in the 18th Amendment, Congress could not, without infringing upon powers reserved to the states by the 10th Amendment, impose cumulative penalties above and beyond those specified by state law for infractions of a state's criminal code by its own citizens. Justice Benjamin Cardozo, joined by Justices Louis Brandeis and Harlan Stone, dissented on the ground that, on its face, the statute levying this tax was an appropriate instrument of fiscal policy. Classification by Congress according to the nature of the calling affected by the tax does not cease to be permissible because the line of division between callings to be favored and those to be reproved corresponds with the division between innocence and criminality under the statutes of the state. In earlier cases, the court nevertheless recognized that Congress also may tax what it forbids, and that the basic tax on distilled spirits remained valid and enforceable during as well as after the life of the amendment. End footnote. However, liability on a bond, conditioned upon the return on the day of trial of a vessel seized for illegal transportation of liquor, was held not to have been extinguished by repeal, when the facts disclosed that the trial took place in 1931 and had resulted in conviction of the crew. The liability became complete upon occurrence of the breach of the express contractual condition, and a civil action for recovery was viewed as unaffected by the loss of penal sanctions. End of overview of 18th Amendment, Prohibition of Alcohol, read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, on June 4, 2023.
Repeal of the 18th Amendment by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Date of Repeal of the 18th Amendment by the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas the Congress of the United States, in second session of the 72nd Congress, begun at Washington on the 5th day of December in the year 1932, adopted a resolution in the words and figures following, to wit, Joint Resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, 2/3 of each house concurring therein, that the following article is hereby proposed as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution, when ratified by conventions in 3/4 of the several states. Article. Section 1. The 18th Article of Amendment to the Constitution of the United States is hereby repealed. Section 2. The transportation or importation into any state, territory, or possession of the United States for delivery or use therein of intoxicating liquors in violation of the laws thereof is hereby prohibited. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by conventions in the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. Whereas Section 217A of the Act of Congress, entitled An Act to Encourage National Industrial Recovery, to foster competition, and to provide for the construction of certain useful public works and for other purposes, approved June 16, 1933, provides as follows. Section 217, A. The President shall proclaim the date of 1. The close of the first fiscal year ending June 30th of any year after the year 1933, during which the total receipts of the United States, excluding public debt receipts, exceed its total expenditures, excluding public debt expenditures other than those chargeable against such receipts, or 2. The repeal of the 18th Amendment to the Constitution, whichever is earlier. Whereas it appears from a certificate issued December 5, 1933, by the Acting Secretary of State, that official notices have been received in the Department of State that on the 5th day of December 1933, conventions in 38 states of the United States, constituting 3/4 of the whole number of the states, had ratified the said repeal amendment. Now, therefore, I, Franklin D. Roosevelt, President of the United States of America, pursuant to the provisions of Section 217A of the said Act of June 16, 1933, do hereby proclaim that the 18th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States was repealed on the 5th day of December, 1933. Furthermore, I enjoin upon all citizens of the United States and upon others resident within the jurisdiction thereof to cooperate with the government in its endeavor to restore greater respect for law and order by confining such purchases of alcoholic beverages as they may make solely to those dealers or agencies which have been duly licensed by state or federal license. Observance of this request, which I make personally to every individual and every family in our nation, will result in the consumption of alcoholic beverages which have passed federal inspection in the breakup and eventual destruction of the notoriously evil illicit liquor traffic, and in the payment of reasonable taxes for the support of government, and thereby in the superseding of other forms of taxation. I call specific attention to the authority given by the 21st Amendment to the government to prohibit transportation or importation of intoxicating liquors into any state in violation of the laws of such state. I ask the wholehearted cooperation of all our citizens to the end that this return of individual freedom shall not be accompanied by the repugnant conditions that obtained prior to the adoption of the 18th Amendment and those that have existed since its adoption. Failure to do this honestly and courageously will be a living reproach to us all. I ask especially that no state shall, by law or otherwise, authorize the return of the saloon either in its old form or in some modern guise. The policy of the government will be to see to it that the social and political evils that have existed in the pre-Prohibition era shall not be revived nor permitted again to exist. We must remove forever from our midst the menace of the bootlegger and such others as would profit at the expense of good government, law, and order. I trust in the good sense of the American people that they will not bring upon themselves the curse of excessive use of intoxicating liquors to the detriment of health, morals, and social integrity. The objective we seek through a national policy is the education of every citizen towards a greater temperance throughout the nation. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 5th day of December, in the year of our Lord 1933, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 158th. By the President, Franklin D. Roosevelt. William Phillips, Acting Secretary of State. End of Repeal of the 18th Amendment, read by Maria Kasper.
Canada's 18 by W. M. McCarricker, read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Canada's 18. At Paardeberg they fell, within the Orange State. They did their duty well, they bravely met their fate. A stubborn fight they made upon the level plain, while from the barricade the bullets poured like rain. They fiercely charged the trench, they took the outer line. Who saw a visage blench? Who heard a voice repine? They bore the ruthless fire, but deadly was the cost. They lived not to retire, nor saw their capture lost. No lustrous deed they wrought to prompt the epic pen, they only bravely fought, and gave their lives like men. And yet no hero's fame that rings across the seas shall e'er eclipse the name and memory of these. While suns shall rise and set upon the fatal scene, we never shall forget our Canada's 18. And now, as Britain weaves the garland of her grief, we place among the leaves a blood-red maple leaf. End of Canada's 18 by W. M. McCarricker.
Canto 18, from the Vision of Hell, by Dante Alighieri, translated by Henry Francis Carey, read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. There is a place within the depths of hell called Malebolge, all of rock dark stained with hue ferruginous, e'en as the steep that round it circling winds. Right in the midst of that abominable region yawns a spacious gulf profound, whereof the frame due time shall tell. The circle that remains throughout its round, between the gulf and base of the high craggy banks, successive forms 10 trenches in its hollow bottom sunk. As where to guard the walls full many a fosse begirds some stately castle, sure defence affording to the space within, so here were modelled these, and as like fortresses e'en from their threshold to the brink without, are flanked with bridges. From the rock's low base thus flinty paths advanced, that crossed the moles and dykes, struck onward far as to the gulf, that in one bound collected cuts them off. Such was the place wherein we found ourselves from Gerion's back dislodged. The bard to left held his way, and I behind him moved. On our right hand new misery I saw, new pains, new executioners of wrath, that, swarming, peopled the first chasm. Below were naked sinners. Hitherward they came, meeting our faces from the middle point, with us beyond but with a larger stride. E'en thus the Romans, when the year returns of Jubilee, with a better speed to rid the thronging multitudes, their means devise for such as pass the bridge, that on one side all front toward the castle, and approach St. Peter's Fane, on the other towards the mount. Each diver's way along the grisly rock, horned demons I beheld, with lashes huge, that on their back unmercifully smote. Ah, how they made them bound at the first stripe! None for the second waited, nor the third. Meantime, as on I passed, one met by sight, whom soon as viewed, "Of him," cried I, "not yet mine eye hath had his fill." With fixed gaze I therefore scanned him. Straight the teacher kind paused with me, and consented I should walk backward a space. And the tormented spirit, who thought to hide him, bent his visage down. But it availed him naught, for I exclaimed, "Thou, who dost cast thy eye upon the ground, unless thy features do belie thee much, Venedico art thou. But what brings thee into this bitter seasoning?" He replied, "Unwillingly I answer to thy words, but thy clear speech, that to my mind recalls the world I once inhabited, constrains me. Know then 'twas I who led fair Gisola to do the Marquis' will, however fame the shameful tale have bruited. Nor alone Bologna hither sendeth me to mourn, rather with us the place is so o'erthronged, that not so many tongues this day are taught, twixt the Reno and Savena's stream, to answer Sipa in their country's phrase. And if of that securer proof thou need, remember but our craving thirst for gold." Him speaking thus, a demon with his thong struck and exclaimed, "Away, corrupter! Here women are none for sale." Forthwith I joined my escort, and few paces thence we came, to where a rock forth issued from the bank. That easily ascended, to the right, upon its splinter turning, we depart from those eternal barriers. When arrived, where underneath the gaping arch lets pass the scourged souls, "Pause here," the teacher said, "and let these others miserable now strike on they ken faces not yet beheld, for that together they with us have walked." From the old bridge we eyed the pack, who came from t'other side towards us, like the rest, excoriate from the lash. My gentle guide, by me unquestioned, thus his speech resumed: "Behold that lofty shade, who this way tends, and seems too woe begone to drop a tear. Yet how the regal aspect he retains! Jason is he, whose skill and prowess won the ram from Colchis. To the Lemnian isle his passage thither led him, when those bold and pitiless women had slain all their males. Then he, with tokens and fair witching words, Hypsipyle beguiled, a virgin young, who first had all the rest herself beguiled. Impregnated he left her there forlorn. Such is the guilt condemns him to this pain. Here too Medea's injuries are avenged. All bear him company, who like deceit to his have practised. And thus much to know of the first veil suffice thee, and of those whom its keen torments urge. Now had we come where, crossing the next pier, the straitened path bestrides its shoulders to another arch. Here in the second chasm we heard the ghosts, who gibber in low melancholy sounds, with wide-stretched nostrils snort, and on themselves smite with their palms. Upon the banks a scurf from the foul steam condensed, encrusting hung, that held sharp combat with the sight and smell. So hollow is the depth, that from no part, save on the summit of the rocky span, could I distinguish aught. Thus far we came, and thence I saw, within the fosse below, a crowd immersed in ordure that appeared draught of the human body. There beneath, searching with eye inquisitive, I marked one with his head so grimed 'twere hard to deem if he were clerk or layman. Loud he cried, "Why greedily thus bendest more on me than on these other filthy ones thy ken?" "Because if true my memory," I replied, "I heretofore have seen thee with dry locks. And thou Alessio art, of Lucca sprung, therefore than all the rest I scan thee more." Thus beating on his brain, these words he spake, "Me thus low down my flatteries have sunk, wherewith I ne'er enough could glut my tongue." My leader thus, "A little further stretch thy face, that thou the visage well mayst note of that besotted sluttish courtesan, who there doth rend her with defiled nails, now crouching down, now risen on her feet. Thais is this, the harlot, whose false lip answered her doting paramour that asked, Thankest me much? Say, rather wondrously. And seeing this here, satiate be our view." End of Canto 18 from the Vision of Hell. Recording by Algy Pug.
18 ans par Egesippe Moreau. Lu pour la collection du 18e anniversaire de LibriVox. Ceci est un enregistrement de LibriVox. Tous les enregistrements de LibriVox sont dans le domaine public. Pour plus d'informations ou pour vous porter volontaire, merci de visiter le site LibriVox.org. 18 ans. J'ai 18 ans. Tout change, et l'espérance vers l'horizon me conduit par la main. Encore un jour à traîner ma souffrance, et le bonheur me sourira demain. Je vois déjà croître pour ma couronne quelques lauriers dans les fleurs du printemps. C'est un délire. Ah, qu'on me le pardonne, j'ai 18 ans. J'aime Provins, j'aime ces vieilles tombes où les amours vont chercher des abris, ces murs déserts qu'habitent les colombes et dont mes pas font trembler les débris. Là, je m'assieds, rêveur, et dans l'espace, je suis des yeux les nuages flottants, l'oiseau qui vole et la femme qui passe. J'ai 18 ans. Bercez-moi donc, ô rêve plein de charme, rêve d'amour, mais l'aquilon des mers a jusqu'à moi porté le bruit des armes. La Grèce appelle en secouant ses fers. Loin de la foule et loin du bruit des villes, Dieu, laissez-moi respirer quelque temps, le temps d'aller mourir aux Thermopyles. J'ai 18 ans. Mais quel espoir! La France, jeune et fière, s'indigne aussi de vieillir en repos. Des cieux, émus par 15 ans de prière, la liberté redescend à propos. Foudre invisible et captif dans la nue, hier encore, je te disais, attends. Mais aujourd'hui, parais, l'heure est venue, j'ai 18 ans. Fin de 18 ans. Lu par Isade en 2023, quelque part en France.
XVIII by Susan Coolidge. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 18. Ah, grown a dim and fairy shade, dear child who 15 years ago out of our arms escaped and fled with swift white feet, as if afraid to hide beneath the grass, the snow, that sunny little head. This is your birthday. Fair, so fair and grown to gracious maiden height, and versed in heavenly lore and ways, white-vested as the angels are, and very light of very light. Somehow, somewhere you keep the day. With those new friends whom new we call, and who are dearer now than we, and better known by fate and name. And do they smile and say, how tall the child becomes, how radiant, she who was so little when she came. Darling, we count your 18 years, 15 in heaven, on earth but 3, and try to frame you grown and wise, but all in vain. There still appears only the child you used to be, our baby with the violet eyes. End of 18.
XVIII by Emma Endicott Marine. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 18. When she's 18, a girl has wistful eyes that look for joy as some unwearied queen. Yet deeper thoughts her untried heart surprise when she's 18. No sorrow that the world has ever seen can daunt the maid who trustingly relies on love and usefulness for years serene. The blessedness of peace that time defies may dawn in brave, sweet face and earnest mien, since life holds something more than smiles and sighs when she's 18. End of 18. Maxims of Neatness and Order by TriciaG. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 18 Maxims of Neatness and Order, to which is prefixed an introduction by TriciaG. Quote, for want of a nail the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe the horse was lost. For want of a horse the rider was lost, being overtaken and slain by the enemy, and all for want of care about a horseshoe nail. End quote. Poor Richard. Introduction. Oh, mamma, what can be so tiresome as a lecture upon neatness, which that Mrs. Tidy talked of giving us some rainy morning? I am sure we are always employed and never idle, and when we have so little time to prepare for our masters, it is quite impossible to give up any of it in putting our things in their places and keeping them all in prim order. Such was part of a conversation which passed a few days ago at the breakfast table of Lady and her daughters, after one of them had been lamenting the loss of a French exercise which she had been preparing for her master, while her sister was begging the loan of a pencil to finish her tambour pattern for a gown which was to be worn in the evening, and a cold dish of tea was standing for a third, who had not yet made her appearance in the family group. Alas, order is an ill-fated topic of eloquence with the class for whom it is designed, for it is impossible to fill their minds with due sense of its dignity and importance. From the days of Mrs. Titcham, who related the tragical fate of the Miss Watkins, those victims of delay and untidiness, to that in which Mrs. Barbauld introduced in the world her elegant little allegory of the two fairies, Order and Disorder, the subject remained in hopeless neglect and disgrace. And even since that benevolent attempt, matters have not much mended. What then can be expected from the effort of an individual whose name is unknown in the annals of literature? Be it, however, remembered that the exertions of a mouse once delivered a lion from his toils, that the cackling of geese saved the Capitol, and let the following hints, which may appear minute and trifling, be received with candour, as laying the foundation of those feelings and habits which are to form part of the female character. If begun at the age of 8, they will have reached a happy maturity by that of 18. Nor let the brothers of the misses in question shake their heads at the old lady's preciseness, for it is no less worthy the attention of these future lords of the creation. Order and regularity are qualifications essential to the character of even a hero, and may be called the life and soul of military discipline. The manual exercise is comprised in a certain set of motions, and the following rules are intended to establish a mechanical habit of exactness in the daily labours and duties of life. By the fashionable and affluent description of readers, this system, which embraces also the cause of economy, may perhaps be disdained, since money may be supposed to supersede the necessity of all trouble of this kind. Let these then be reminded that liberality, domestic comfort, and even elegance are the happy fruits of it, for the money spared from waste may add to the stock destined for charity. The time rescued may be employed in 1,000 ways to their own improvement, and the invisible attention of the mistress can alone ensure the regularity of the servants and the real enjoyment of the most luxurious establishment. If time is the stuff that life is made of, as Poor Richard says, it may be added that order and symmetry are the stuff that beauty is made of, and if independence is one of the chief ingredients of human comfort, no fine lady need despise the task of employing her hands as well as her eyes in arranging the menage which is the scene of it. By these means she will be better prepared to enter a cottage, should the changes of human life demand it from her, and many a cottage has more true elegance than an ill-arranged villa. A young woman brought up in the lap of luxury is sometimes destined to marry a man of small fortune, which quickly changes her ideas and reconciles her to a different scene. But without some previous exertion in this instance, she will be dismally wanting in one of the qualifications necessary to make her fireside comfortable. Allow me, gentle reader, before I conclude my apology, to advert to the revolution which has taken place since the period when our grandmothers presided over the apartments we now inhabit. Then were bare to the very quick the walls and floors which now are covered and loaded with excrescences. Then were a sofa and a set of stuffed back chairs ranged in a semicircle round the fire in winter and the window in summer. The Pembroke table never forsook the wall, except to receive the tea equipage where the young mistress presided, nor did the pier table step forth from its station, except to open its verdant lap for cards. Face screens and footstools were luxuries unknown. A large square of tent stitch stood in one corner, "where you might see the shepherd and his lass, lapdog and lambkin with black staring eyes, and parrots with twin cherries in their beak." But a range of books would have been thought contrary to the dignity of a drawing-room. In the present day, The apartment is absolutely so stuffed with furniture as to require a degree of coachmanship to avoid overturning it. Chairs and sofas of all shapes and sizes, tables of all descriptions filled with boxes and baskets for every purpose that can be devised, flower stands, bookshelves, cabinets, china, musical instruments, desks and ottomans fill up every corner, not to mention a profusion of books, pamphlets and portfolios which are scattered in all directions. Now, amidst such a variety of objects, some care is necessary to keep within the title of fashionable embellishment and elegant accommodation what would otherwise be degraded into a mass of lumber. To prevent this and other enormities is the humble attempt, in the following maxims, of TriciaG. 18 Maxims of Neatness and Order. Number 1. Let it be remembered that litter is a hydra which requires constant care to overcome. In 1,000 shapes it haunts every room, drawer, shelf, table, sofa, and even chair, and being left to itself will sometimes swallow up articles of the greatest value. If the judgment of the housemaid be trusted to, all is lost. She has no patience to separate the chaff from the wheat, and often piles up the former with care, while she throws away the latter. Many a philosopher has lost the results of some hours' calculation. Many an artist has bewailed the faded and dying marks of his happiest efforts. Many a giddy nymph has deplored the absence of a receipt to detect the twice offered and already paid bill. And many a pleasant invitation has been thrown into the fire, while its empty cover was left to the disturbance of human intercourse and the beginning of jealous coldness. Number 2. Never keep a professed receptacle for litter, which often degenerates into absolute rubbish, and never trust to a day of setting to rights. What is kept in its proper place never needs that trouble. Take, as an instance, the embarrassment too often occasioned by the want of care in the lodgment of those keys which are not in constant use. They are perhaps not forthcoming when wanted, or, being laid by without a label, come in the way uncalled to puzzle our recollection. Nay, we are sometimes almost tempted to throw away, as useless, these rusty implements which, in a moment of distress, may prove invaluable. Number 3. Do not imagine that neatness and care demand any unnecessary sacrifice of time, for no time is so completely lost as in hunting for lost things. But that is so much saved which has been employed in providing a place for every article, and by that means enables you to find it readily even in the dark. The necessity of a neat arrangement of letters, papers, and accounts, to ensure our safety, as well as to spare trouble, need not be insisted upon. Footnote. When adverting to the arrangement of letters, a hint ought not to be omitted concerning the comfort and advantage of punctuality in observing promises to absent friends. Upon arriving at the place of our destination, one of the first questions is, at what time does the post go out? If this happen to give us more latitude than we expected, how common is it to defer to the last moment the task of writing, and either disappoint our friend by silence, or dispatch a hurried and unsatisfactory letter. It may also be remarked that a striking emblem of celerity, as well as punctuality, is offered by that conveyance of letters in this favoured country which pursues its ceaseless progress by night and by day for the comfort and happiness of the community. End of footnote. Number 4. Remember that the young lady's chest of drawers is sometimes taken as a prophetic criterion of her future menage, and may be considered as no unapt representation of the arrangement in her memory of the acquirements she has made in learning. What can be more pitiable than the heterogeneous mass of litter in the attic story, either of the human frame or the dwelling in which it resides? And what more appalling to the faculties than to open a drawer filled with things, new and old, gloves dirty and clean, paired and unpaired, skeins of silk and cotton tangled in a mass, scattered beads, bits of silk and muslin, soiled or faded ribbons, tattered notes of business and letters of affection cut into squares by the creases worn in them? Number 5. Acquire a habit of folding or rolling up. Many a fine print or drawing has been ruined, many a cloak crumbled, and many a shawl trailed on the floor for want of this timely neatness in a fine lady who, even if she can afford to buy new ones when they are spoiled, must carry a contribution of dust upon her delicate shoulders. Number 6. Be aware that dust is one of the enemies of human comfort and purity. We discover it upon a black hat, and we forget that the very same quantity adheres invisibly to a white one. Expose not, therefore, to its insidious attacks any article of value either in dress, furniture, books, or pictures. If the pianoforte be left open, the desk elevated, and the music exposed all night, a frightful accumulation of dust will have taken place before the next morning, which will cling to the fingers of the performer, as well as spoil the articles in question. Number 7. Commit not to a chair the office of a table, by laying upon it books, papers, or work, still less a desk, or anything heavy, to fall upon the toes of the first person that moves it. Neither degrade the chimney-piece by throwing implements of use upon a place destined for ornament, and dashing down or endangering the china, bronzes, or flower-glasses which dwell upon that station. Number 8. Never sally forth from your own room in the morning without that old-fashioned article of dress, a pocket. Discard forever that modern invention called a ridicule, properly reticule, and remember that a pocket handkerchief is the most disgusting and unladylike article of litter that can be exposed to view, which must often occur when there is no pocket. Footnote. In olden time it was thought characteristic of an unbred person to come into a room, or sit down with a pocket handkerchief in her hand. Not only is this custom introduced, but it is now too common an enormity for a young lady, when she is sitting down to a writing desk or pianoforte, to place it by her side. This appendage, being forgotten when she has finished her occupation and goes out of the room, is often left an unfortunate memorial of its owner, and a disgrace to the apartment. Perhaps a sumptuary law might be wholesome to prevent this article from being admitted upon the list of embellishments by a worked or lace border, an expedient by which it has been known to usurp the empire of the fan. End of footnote. It is also expedient to carry about you a purse, a thimble, a pincushion, a pencil, a knife, and a pair of scissors, which will not only be an inexpressible source of comfort and independence by removing the necessity of borrowing, but will secure the privilege of not lending these indispensable articles. The establishment of needles and thread is to be kept not only ready for service, but bright in action. Nothing is to remain unsewed or undarned for want of a maid to perform it. Footnote. Neatness in dress is so universally allowed to be an essential qualification in a gentlewoman that it has been thought unnecessary to enter upon the discussion of it here. But a young person who is really neat and gentlewomanlike in her personal appearance is sometimes very deficient in attention to the circumstances above described. End of footnote. Alas, it is a dismal thing to be a slave to that article of luxury of which the most helpless and indolent of us may be deprived by frequent accidents. Always have a piece of work to take up at a spare minute, and particularly for evenings at home, when reading is going forward. Number 9. When you have finished your morning studies and go out to take a walk or dress for dinner, look around the room that you may put in its place everything belonging to you, and if the chairs have been put in motion by departed guests, and, quote, look as if they had been dancing country dances and were out, end quote, either set them in their places, or take care that it be done by someone else, that, if any company come in during your absence, the room may not wear an appearance of desolation, and give an unfavourable impression of the young people who have been sitting there. Number 10. Disdain not an acquaintance with common things, and among these the geography of the roads or streets you are to traverse in your morning expeditions, that you be not compelled to measure back your steps between one place and another, to the loss of time and labour. Some young people have professed entire ignorance upon this head, and trusted to the servant attending them, who would be shocked if they were suspected at being at a loss to find their way to the continent of Europe from one capital to another in a pair of 7-league boots. Receive also with scrupulous care the commissions you may be entrusted to execute in your progress. A bad memory is an involuntary fault, but a wandering eye or a divided attention, while your friend is giving you directions, is a hopeless one, since it cuts off all chance of the accomplishment of her wishes. Number 11. When you come in from a walk or a ride in winter, never fly to the hearthrug and lounge over the fire till your shawl or pelisse is pulled off. It will make yourself chilly, as well as disturb the quiet employment of those who are sitting by the fire and encourage indolent habits. Nor is it allowable at any time to toss your bonnet, shawl, and gloves upon half a dozen chairs or tables. Either carry them up to your own room, or fold them neatly to remain till you dress for dinner, but never put your gloves or other articles into the crown of your bonnet by way of basket. A whip or a cane should never be laid on a table, since, when touched at one end, it will dash down at the other whatever comes in its way, and remember, never throw those feet on the sofa which are just come out of the garden. Number 12. Never remain engaged in a favorite employment longer than the duties of the day will allow, and recollect that there is often more true diligence in leaving off than in beginning. Refrain, too, from taking up a book, or even a newspaper, merely because it happens to lie before you, though unattended by any circumstance to render it interesting, as it induces a desultory kind of reading and enervates the mind. The only moment of toleration for this practice is when we are confined to the spot by some accidental engagement which does not allow time to provide ourselves with the immediate object of our pursuit. Number 13. Take care to be dressed in time for dinner by beginning to dress too soon, and let the spare minutes take care of themselves. For this does not oblige you to spend in it more time than is necessary. Many young people are so alarmed lest they be dressed one moment too soon, that by accidental but very probable delays, they are sometimes half an hour too late. Then the case is hopeless. The company waits in the drawing-room, or the carriage waits at the door, or else the former sits down at table, and the latter drives away without waiting for the frightened fair one, who looks like a poor mleigh, and no one pities her. Footnote. Having brought my young reader to the hour of dinner, it is necessary to remind her that to attain a degree of skill and neatness in carving is an object by no means unworthy the attention of a gentlewoman. When the time arrives in which she is placed at the head of her own table, it will be found an indispensable acquirement, though fashion has made it necessary for her next neighbour to offer his assistance, whether capable or otherwise. And when stationed at the side of the table, it is often her fate to attack a fowl which is placed before her, and which, for want of little practice, may chance to suffer a clumsy dismemberment. In some large families it has been the custom for the daughters to take their turn at the head of the table, in order to relieve the mother, and to provide against their own future destination, but for the sons to be exercised in the same way is still more necessary, since they are supposed to be able to assist at the table of their friends, as well as to support the cause of elegance and comfort in doing the honours of their own. End of footnote. If a friend is to call for her, the mischief is still more complicated, as a person is involved who is unwilling to inflict this necessary penalty, and is perhaps called to account for the fault of another. One source of this misery may be discovered in the desire of appearing in a new dress when there is no time to finish it. Then are all hands at work to get it ready. The whole house is in confusion, and when put on it is not perhaps half so becoming as an old one, for that has had time to adjust itself to the figure, and ease is far more advantageous to the appearance than either splendour or variety. Number 14. When you take up a flat candlestick, wait till the candle is properly lighted, and snuff it before you take it out of the room, lest the sparks fall upon the floor or on your dress. Always carry it upright and permit it not to flare. To snuff a candle properly requires the greatest skill and patience, as most people snuff it too short, which not only makes it run down, but renders it difficult to be lighted again. Remember, too, never to lay down a pen without wiping it from the ink. The neglect of this custom is the cause of the distorted pens portrayed in the Miseries of Human Life, and is enough to dismay the next person that takes up the unfortunate implement crippled with dry ink. Number 15. The delightful sciences of music and painting degenerate into nuisances by the litter of the occasion unless the greatest care be taken. The pianoforte becomes a mass of confusion, and the drawing apparatus an Augean stable. Footnote. To keep an extensive stock of music in order is a difficult, though very necessary thing, and requires some contrivance. A large pianoforte was once quaintly compared to a fat friend, who is always welcome at your table, though he take up more room than others. But if his pockets be unreasonably filled, and he should sit down with his hat and stick in his hand, you would naturally request him to divest himself of these encumbrances. End of footnote. Oils indeed demand a separate apartment for study, and even watercolors bring upon the stage a long train of saucers, tumblers, plates, crumbs of bread, and fragments of rag, which require daily revision and correction, or they will look like a chemist's shop. Number 16. Remember that the eye of a lady has a wholesome and never-failing effect upon the neatness of the servants. If she will ring the bell to have the table wiped from any accidental drop of ink, or even water which has left its mark upon it, or refrain from scratching it by carelessly dragging over it her boxes and implements of work, the servant will be encouraged in his labours to keep the mahogany bright by rubbing, which has always an air of comfort, not to say elegance. Number 17. Everyone who is fond of reading will naturally be careful of books, or at least be answerable that no volumes be wanting to a set. But they require constant attention, not only to be forthcoming, but guarded from injury both external and internal. Footnote. Turning down the corner of a leaf, or placing an open book with its face upon the table, when suddenly called away from your studies, are customs too unlike a gentlewoman to require notice. End of footnote. Books, which are in daily duty, and particularly borrowed ones, should be watched over with a jealous eye, and a daily roll call be instituted. Prints, too, and drawings are a source of constant amusement when neatly kept, but it is a melancholy truth that not one person in 100 is qualified to turn over a valuable portfolio. Try the first guest that comes in your way. Place the folio or quarto on a table before him, and you will observe his right hand lying on his knee, the left alone is put in action, and turns over the leaves close to the hinge of the binding, to the constant danger of chipping and tearing the edges of the stiff paper. Were books printed in the Arabian fashion, from right to left and read backwards, the left hand would be the proper officer to employ. But according to our method of arranging words and figures, the right hand can alone be deputed to execute the trust with safety, and this must be placed ready to turn over the leaves at the top right hand or northeast corner of the page. Number 18. If you are to go on a journey, think in due time of all the articles necessary for your comfort, without being superfluous, and let them be neatly packed up so as to avoid loading the carriage with ill-contrived bundles, bags, or boxes. Nothing is so disagreeable as a carriage filled with loose parcels, and the very utmost that a young person can be allowed in the inside of it is a writing portfolio, a work-box or bag, a book in her hand, and a parasol. As we are now arrived at the article of packing up, it will perhaps be expected that Teresa, too, should take her leave, a ceremony she is by no means unwilling to perform, being aware that a short visit is more likely to be acceptable than a long one, and should any jealous critic suggest articles proper for discussion, which have here escaped observation, she will gladly leave the subject in his hands, hoping that when the right spirit is awakened in the minds of her young friends, they will remember and apply, in every possible instance, these hints of their most anxious well-wisher, TriciaG. Postscript to the 16th edition. TriciaG cannot permit a 16th edition of the 18 Maxims to make its appearance without repeating her expressions of obligation for the candid reception which that little manual has met with from her young friends, as well as her hope that the subject has become less irksome to them than as represented to have been by the breakfast party of her acquaintance mentioned in the introduction, and that they have already culled a larger portion of leisure and comfort than they could have thought possible from the sole interposition of order and arrangement. In addition to the maxims already given, Teresa ventures to add only 2 or 3 hints. After the first duties of the day have been performed, consider what are the circumstances and occupations which particularly demand your attention, and not only prepare to fulfill your own part, but make your appointments and give orders to others with precision. This is a rule never omitted by the wise mistress of a family. Until her children have learned the same lesson, they will imagine that the dinner will appear upon the table, the horses come to the door, the farm furnish its supplies, the garden its luxuries, and the bills be paid by the touch of a fairy wand. And here it may be remarked that it is no uncommon error for diligent and active-minded persons to undertake more in a given space of time than it can possibly allow them to accomplish. But experience will discover that this practice tends to the loss rather than the saving of that valuable article. When one thing treads upon the heels of another, nothing will be done well. The last upon the list will fare the worst, and the race must be run over again, to the fatigue of the weary traveller in his daily round of duty. But to conclude, after all our attempts at arrangement, seasons will sometimes occur in which we must unavoidably feel overwhelmed by a multiplicity of concerns. Lose then no time in beginning, because you know not what to begin with. Even the most trifling article upon the list will help to wind up the mind by degrees, and when the task is fairly entered upon, it will not fail to advance prosperously. For an old saying may be applied upon the present occasion, quote, "Take care of small things, and great things will take care of themselves." End quote. Those who are aware of the value of moments will never be found insensible to that of hours. End of 18 Maxims of Neatness and Order.
(1861) by Walt Whitman. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1861. Armed Year, year of the struggle. No dainty rhymes or sentimental love verses for you, terrible year. Not you as some pale poetling, seated at a desk lisping cadenzas piano, but as a strong man erect, clothed in blue clothes, advancing, carrying a rifle on your shoulder, with well-gristled body and sunburnt face and hands, with a knife in the belt at your side, as I heard you shouting loud, your sonorous voice ringing across the continent, your masculine voice, O year, as rising amid the great cities, amid the men of Manhattan, I saw you as one of the workmen, the dwellers in Manhattan. Or with large steps crossing the prairies out of Illinois and Indiana, rapidly crossing the west with springy gait and descending the Alleghenies, or down from the Great Lakes, or in Pennsylvania, or on deck along the Ohio River. or southward along the Tennessee or Cumberland rivers, or at Chattanooga on the mountain top, saw I your gait, and saw I your sinewy limbs clothed in blue, bearing weapons, robust year, heard your determined voice launched forth again and again, year that suddenly sang by the mouths of the round-lipped cannon, I repeat you, hurrying, crashing, sad, distracted year. End of 1861. Read by Alan Mapstone.
The 1812 by Farnham Bishop. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The 1812. "Shades of the past," exclaimed Captain Jefferson Hallett, USN. "Here comes old Jonathan Gifford." The group of officers gathered about the door of the Commandant's office in the Washington Navy Yard turned with one accord toward the newcomer striding briskly toward them from the entrance of the yard. "Back in uniform and walking with his regular quarter-deck stride," commented a side-whiskered lieutenant commander. "Has the Secretary given that old relic a ship?" "Lord help the crew if he has," replied Hallett. "I was a reefer on the Brandywine when Gifford commanded her in 34. He broke the Western Ocean Passage for a ship of the line and mastheaded me 18 times. Hardest driving old devil in all the old Navy. Knows as much about sail and cutlasses as Nelson did, and as little about steam and ironclads as—" He paused for a simile, which was promptly supplied by the spruce young commander of the new double-turreted monitor, Kiowosting, the last word in naval architecture in that summer of 1862. "As Mr. Secretary Wells. Old Gideon came aboard for a visit of inspection yesterday afternoon, stamped his heel on the deck plate and said, 'Where the darn things holler!'" The laughter that greeted this historic remark died away at the nearer approach of Jonathan Gifford. Bearded captains, themselves beginning to turn grey, could not help but feel something of the awe his lean, clean-shaven Yankee face and ice-blue eyes had instilled in their souls when they were midshipmen under his command. To them he looked unreal in the straight-peaked cap, loose trousers, and long frock coat of the 60s. Jonathan Gifford's proper garb was the white silk stockings and tight knee breeches, the cocked hat and the spike-tailed coat, with its bullion epaulets and its collar as high as the wearer's ears, of the 3 decades that centred in the War of 1812. Though he had long since retired from the service, and was now resurrected as the junior of most of the officers present, all instinctively saluted the erect old veteran as he joined the group. "Good afternoon, young gentlemen," he creaked affably. "I've been following the course of the immortal John Paul Jones. The best thing for any American naval officer to do when he is in doubt and can't seem to make any headway. Do any of you happen to know how he came to get command of the Bonhomme Richard?" There was a unanimous shaking of heads. The seamen of the Civil War were too busy making history to remember the minuter details of the past. "He was stranded at Brest, writing letters to the French ministers and Marine and American committeemen in Paris for month after month, and nothing to show for it but a belly full of windy promises. Then he happened to clap his eyes on a line in Benjamin Franklin's almanac. 'If you want anything done, go and do it yourself. Otherwise send.' Paul Jones took the hint, and the first coach for Paris, where he soon got him to give him the old East India man, the Duras. Out of gratitude to Franklin, he changed her name to the Poor Richard, or the nearest he could come to it in French. For the past year or more I've been writing from my home in New Bedford, offering my services to the government. Last week it came to me to do what Paul Jones had done. Then I came by train, and bore straight for the Secretary of the Navy. Before the young whippersnappers in his office could head me off, I was alongside his desk. 'What do you want?' he asked through more whiskers than I'd ever supposed could grow on one human face at the same time. 'I want to fight,' I told him. 'I've been 50 years in the Navy, man and boy, and never been in action yet. Said I was too young to go to sea in 1812, and all I got in the Mexican War was yellow fever off Vera Cruz.
Now I want a ship, and a chance to do something with it. I'll take anything that can float and carry a gun." "Very well, Captain," said the secretary after he'd seen what manner of man I was. "I'll give you a vessel and put you on the blockade. I guess an 1812er ought to know how to make prize money out of the Britishers. So here I am, gentlemen, with my commission and orders in my pocket."
There was a chorus of congratulations. "What ship did he give you, Captain?" asked several voices.
"The gunboat Hoboken. Any of you youngsters acquainted with her? She's new since my time."
"Why, yes, I have voyaged on her more than once," said Hallett, while the rest snorted more or less violently with suppressed emotion.
"She's a very good craft indeed, for the legal blockade."
"Just what do you mean by that? The legal blockade?"
demanded Jonathan Gifford, sensing a joke at his own expense and glaring fiercest. Hallett, towering high above him, smiled benignly. He was having the time of his life, instructing and patronizing the master of his boyhood.
"It's like this, Captain. The best way for us to capture the fast British blockade runners that have been slipping into the southern ports with munitions and out again with cotton is to intercept them on the open sea between our coast and Nassau. That has been the cruising ground for our swifter ships, like mine yonder."
Hallett pointed at the trim sloop-of-war Plattsburgh, lying in the Potomac, with a red flag at her main, taking aboard her powder and shell from the lighter moored alongside. The fleetest cruiser in the whole United States Navy. She was worth commanding in those days, when a richly laden blockade runner brought a small fortune in prize money to her captors. Hallett commanded her for two reasons. First, because he was a skilled and capable officer, and second, because his wife's uncle was a skilled and capable politician. Having a relationship by marriage with the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, the captain had become a wardroom and Navy Yard authority on diplomacy and international law.
"Johnny Bull's been protesting that his ships aren't lawful prizes, and our blockade a real one until we got something like a continuous line of craft all up and down the rebel coast. It isn't enough to have a fleet off Charleston and another off Mobile, and so on. The law sharks say we've got to nail no trespass signs along the whole fence. Otherwise, when I sight a poor innocent Britisher steaming eastward out of Nassau, overhaul him and find both holds chock-a-block with blankets and percussion caps and knapsacks ready branded CSA, why, then the presumption is that he wasn't doing anything so wicked as breaking a blockade, and the prize court lets him go with a kiss for him and a reprimand for me. So, just to lend the judges and the State Department a hand and ease things all round, government has been clapping some sort of a warship into every sound and inlet from here to Mexico. They'll do to pick up the small fry, keep the Johnny Rebs from eating too many fresh oysters and terrapin, and to make our deep water captures lawful prizes. That's what I mean, Captain Gifford, by the lawful blockade." "Oh, you do, eh?" shrilled the indignant 1812er, his voice breaking to falsetto with age and wrath. "So you think you'll teach sea law and sea fighting to me, who taught you all you ever learned, and scandalous little it was? So you think I'm to be stationed in Okra Sound just to catch fishing boats and oyster sloops and to lend the colour of law to your gay and carefree privateering off Nassau? I'll bet my next 6 months' pay against yours that in that time the Hoboken makes more prize money than the Plattsburgh."
Hallett gasped, as did most of the bystanders.
"Why, Captain, you don't mean—" "Young man, Captain Jonathan Gifford means what he says and says what he means, the same as when he used to say masthead, sir, back in the 30s. Cover that bet or back water."
Hallett turned an angry red above his beard. He was an arrogant man, but not a mean one. He would not back down publicly, but he could not bet on a certainty, especially with an old man who presumably had little in the world besides his pay.
"Wait until you've seen the Hoboken," he began,
but the veteran cut in vehemently. The exhilaration of getting into active service after half a century of waiting was as potent as Medford rum and as damaging to the judgment.
"I don't care what manner of craft she is," he cried. "I don't care if she's the crankiest 10-gun brig in the fleet, or even one of those new-fangled iron sheer hulks that carry both batteries and a tin tea canister. I'll back her against the Plattsburgh. I say so now, and I'll say so after I've seen her. Where is she now?" "Moored alongside No. 2 dock, just abaft that schooner,"
said Hallett, pointing. Jonathan Gifford looked, saw, and in spite of the subtropical heat of a Washington summer, turned cold. He had offered to take anything that could float and carry a gun. Mr. Gideon Wells had given just that. The USS Hoboken was a converted Hudson River ferry boat. "Hold her steady," commanded Captain Gifford through the open window of the pilot house. To himself he added, 5 minutes more and I'll be within range and in a fight at last. The Hoboken was chugging valiantly up the deep, narrow ship channel that zigzagged across the shoals and mudflats of Okra Sound. Instead of Manhattan Island or the Jersey Shore, she was headed for a neat brick pentagon, pierced with the square openings of gun casemates, and topped with the tall flagstaff flying the stars and bars. This is Fort Mosby, built 20 years before to defend the head of Okra Sound and the entrance to Port Caroline. Jonathan Gifford's orders said nothing about attacking this enemy fortress, but they were equally silent about his leaving it alone. The department had taken it for granted that he would content himself with maintaining a regular blockade. The old man had had his fill of that off Vera Cruz. He waited only until he had drilled his raw crew and volunteer officers into passable men-of-warsmen. Between drills he studied the fort through his long brass telescope. "Those gun ports are built for 24-pounders and nothing heavier," he decided. "I'll move up within easy range from my big Dahlgren and batter that brickwork to bits." A 10-inch smooth-bore pivot gun was mounted on what was officially the ex-ferry boat's forecastle, and 4 32-pounders on either broadside. Hinged bullocks, built across her open ends to enable her to go to sea, were now dropped to give a free field of fire. The pivot gun was loaded, primed, and trained. The gun crew stood by intense expectation as Captain Gifford came down from the topsides to the beautifully holystoned and carefully sanded deck. He opened his mouth to give the command. "Fire!" Then, up from the bottom of Okra Sound, sprang a mighty column of chocolate-coloured water, directly in front of the Hoboken's bows and 9 times as tall as the top of her funnel. Up it rose, and down it came, souse, all over the holly-stoned sanded deck, all over the shiny brass cutlass hilts, the well-polished pivot gun, the natty new uniforms, and the astonished faces of the crew. The gun captain instinctively pulled the lock string, but the hammer fell on a soaked and dispirited paper cap. Knocked down by the weight of the falling water and the upward heave of the bows, all those who had been standing on the forecastle were washed aft like straws in a gutter by the flood that swept through the broad gangway where the Jersey market gardeners used to park their vegetable wagons on the 4 a.m. trip. Mr. Budlong, the chief, who had been leaning out of the engine-room door to watch the bombardment, pulled in his head and slammed the door just as the prone and wrathful Jonathan Gifford slid past head foremost on the crest of a 2-foot wave. The captain was using language which the admiring but prudent Mr. Budlong chose to interpret as full speed astern. As he reversed his engines, the Hoboken pitched the other way barely in time to save her skipper from being swept overboard astern. Fetching up against the side of the gangway, Captain Gifford sat up and looked behind him. The ebbing flood had left the deck, and everything upon it painted thick with evil-smelling slime. His own uniform, his hair, his very mouth and nostrils were full of the foul stuff. Framed in the far end of the gangway, he saw a sunlit, rapidly receding vision of Fort Mosby, with the Confederate flag flying more jauntily than ever. Neither side had fired a shot. "This is all the blank a way to fight a war," spluttered the 1812er. Words similar to those used by John Gifford, more softly accented but equally harsh in tone, were being spoken at that moment by Colonel Montague Ashley, CSA, the gallant commander of Fort Mosby, to his cousin and second-in-command, Captain Carter Vance, on the subject of mines, or as they were called in those days, torpedoes. "Why, in the name of common sense and 14 other things, didn't you wait till that so-and-so Yank was right on top of that demijohn of gunpowder before you touched it off? Then he'd have busted him wide open instead of baptizing him and scaring him so he'd never come within toenail reach again.
For blank's sake, Carter, what was ailing you? Buck fever, Colonel. Just plain buck fever. Like what a hunter gets when he starts to shoot his first deer. It was my first try at torpedoing a ship, and all of a sudden my hands took to shaking so powerful hard that before I knew it I brought the ends of both wires together and closed the circuit. As soon as I'd done it, I was all right again and ready to catch that Yankee with the next torpedo when he started to turn around. Instead of which he went scooting backwards like a water bug on a pond. I've never seen any steamboat act that way before, declared Captain Vance. Must be one of those new double-ended gunboats they're building for river work, decided the 20-year-old colonel. Neither he nor his cousin had ever been 100 miles from their native city, and the conventional type of ferryboat, though invented 50 years before by that versatile New Yorker Robert Fulton, was still unknown at Port Caroline. But the young men of that town were anything but backward when it came to fighting. Carter, continued the colonel in calmer tones, I'm getting mighty tired of sitting here slapping mosquitoes and watching that no-account Yank parading up and down the Sound all day and lying here with the light burning all night as if he owned the place. Last week he captured that schooner load of lumber we were counting on for barracks. I'm going to commandeer the Southern Belle and pay Mr. Yankee a visit some time in the dark of the moon. That old shingle-worked riverboat wasn't built for rough and careless usage, cautioned his cousin. One solid shot would smash her into local matches and set 'em alight. It's going to be a surprise visit, Carter, and in the dark, as I said. Wouldn't you like a nice spy torpedo to ring the doorbell with? Asked the captain solicitously. A powerful shot of detonators, but I reckon I can fix you up. Thank you kindly, Carter, but I'm sort of prejudiced against those modern improvements right now. I'm going to take 100 of our fightingest men and give them a chance to use their bayonets and bowie knives. Drifting silently with the ebb, the Southern Belle bore steadily down on the one bright spot in the otherwise unbroken darkness of an overclouded night, the riding light of the northern gunboat. The once white paint of the river steamer's tall topsides were daubed over with the blackest mud. Her forward deck was packed with grey-clad soldiery. More than one young infantryman, nervously handling his bayoneted unloaded musket, left unloaded by Colonel Ashley's orders, kept thinking of his last midsummer night's voyage on the Southern Belle. Moonlight on the upper river, scent of magnolias from the banks, her face beside his as they sat together over there by the rail. Summer of 1860. 2,000 years ago. Nearer and nearer they drifted to the light, and its long wavering reflection in the water. Still there came no challenge, nor any other sound from the anchored craft. Straining his eyes to catch the loom of the enemy's squat hull, each soldier began to visualize the imagined outlines of impossible naval monsters bristling with masts, funnels, and enormous guns. Nearer and nearer. Now they were close alongside. The imaginary warships vanished. But where was the real enemy? "Colonel," whispered the aged skipper of the Southern Belle, "there ain't nothing here but a landing stuck on the spar buoy. We all had better light out of here right sudden before—" The rest of his words were drowned by the appalling crash of a broadside. A solid shot plunged into the water hard by the starboard paddle box. Another flew screaming across the open boiler deck. A third made a total wreck of the cabin pantry, while a 10-inch charge of canister ripped and splintered and tore through the riverboat's flimsy sternworks from guards to Texas. Their own high courage saved the astounded but untouched soldiers who had crowded forward in their impatience to be among the first to board the foe. There were no casualties aft, because there was no one there to be hit. A rocket curved up out of the dark to starboard, and burst with a glare that lit the Sound like day. There lay the Hoboken, about 500 yards away from the Southern Belle, boarding nets rigged fore and aft, and her guns already run in and being recharged for a second salvo. Captain Jonathan Gifford always shifted his moorings a couple of cable lengths as soon as it was good and dark, leaving the buoyed lantern as a decoy for cutting out parties, and holding himself ready to blaze away at anything that came between him and the light. The rocket flare died down as the Southern Belle, in her skipper's phrase, lit out of there right sudden.
She had a good head of steam bottled up in her boilers, and her big paddle wheel shot her light, shallow hull ahead and around in a sweeping curve that carried her safely past her adversary's stern and over a broad shoal where the heavier northern gunboat could not follow. More rockets and broadsides blazed from the Hoboken, but the only result was to shoot away the gilt trotting horse that hung between the riverboat's spouting smokestacks. Jonathan Gifford slipped his cable and started up the channel as fast as he could steam, hoping to intercept and cut off the fugitive before she reached the shelter of the fort's guns. But the Hoboken was no racer. Sunrise found the Southern Belle safe above the minefield, and the fat ferryboat waddling discontentedly back to her old cruising ground. "Might as well try to catch a trotting sulky with a stone boat," growled Gifford. "Young Hallett was right, and I'm a blamed old fool. Darn it, I'll miss that 6 months' pay. This old turtle of mine can't overhaul anything except a sailing vessel on a flat calm." He glowered at his one poor little prize, lying waterlogged at her anchorage because she was not worth a prize crew to take her north. A leaky, dirty coaster, laden with condemned tents and cheap pine lumber. He looked at the floating bits of wreckage, drifting in on the flood tide that his guns had shipped from the Southern Belle. A flash of colour caught his eye, and the long brass telescope came to bear. "Stop her, Mr. Budlong," Captain Gifford called down the engine-room voice tube. "Mr. Humphrey, lower away the port cutter and pick up that stuff floating there. If it's what I take it for, I've got a notion how to use it." The skipper of the blockade runner, Grey Fox, shook his head as he looked at the cruisers following astern. "She can't overhaul us or work up within range, but we can't shake her off. We haven't gained or lost the half a knot between us since she sighted us at dawn. Thought we had the legs of anything of the Yankee Navy. It's their crack war steamer, the Plattsburgh, and no error," said the mate, standing beside the captain on the railed top of the port paddle box. "If we can keep ahead of her, we haven't much to fear from the rest of them. But we can't go barging into the Charleston squadron tonight with the Plattsburgh, letting off rockets and signal guns a bare 2 miles astern, and it's no use running out to sea again. She can stick this pace till something carries away, and we can't. Coal, you know." The mate nodded. It was the custom of the runners to carry barely enough Welsh for the open sea and anthracite for the inshore work to make the round trip between Charleston and Nassau. The rest of the bunker space was filled with Enfield rifles, quinine, or flannel shirts that cost 3 shillings and sold for $10 gold apiece. The sea chests forward, the staterooms aft, were packed tight with private ventures. One lucky voyage out and back would more than pay the entire cost of ship and cargo, with a handsome profit besides. Small wonder that the Clyde and Tyneside yards were busy turning out fast new ships for such a trade. Fastest and newest of them all was the Grey Fox, and her cargo was the richest ever carried out of Nassau. She was worth, as she floated then, at least $2 million, and the Plattsburgh crew were already spending the prize money. But the British skipper was a veteran at the game. "We'll put about and nip into Port Caroline," he decided. "Can we cross the bar with our draft?" asked the mate. "Just about, at the crest of the flood, and we'd reach it then if my tables are correct. I've heard there's a Yankee gunboat stationed there now. If so, we can see her in time to sheer off and try Charleston after dark." Swerving westward, the Grey Fox and her pursuer sped toward the wide entrance of Okra Sound. As the English craft drew within sight of Port Moseley, the mate gave vent to a bitter oath. "Charleston it is, sir. Here comes your Yankee gunboat, slapping the fairway." "Yankee your grandmother's cat," yelled the skipper, dancing joyously up and down on the paddle box. "It's a Confederate ironclad of the Merrimac type. See her ensign? See the shape of her?" Square and sloping amidships, with a half-submerged ram and flying the Confederate battle flag, the black-painted hulk moved slowly down the channel. Her engines seemed barely able to make headway against the incoming tide. She moved like a waterlogged hulk, and looked exactly like a woodcut in Harper's Weekly or the Illustrated London News. As the runner drew near, the ironclad turned clumsily about until the length of her blocked 2/3 of the channel.
"Ship ahoy! What ship is that?" hailed a voice from within her built-up pilot-house. "The Grey Fox from Nassau to Port Caroline. What ship is that?" "United States gunboat Hoboken," whooped the exultant Jonathan Gifford, as the captured Confederate ensign was hauled down and the stars and stripes run up. "Heave to and stop your engines." "Thanks, no," answered the plucky Britisher, and rang 4 bells for full steam ahead. The great feathering floats of the blockade runner's wheels tore the water to foam. Her sharp iron prow bore straight down on the gunboat's broadside. Unprepared for such an attack, the startled gunners made poor practice. The holes they punched through the Grey Fox's thin plating did nothing to check her speed. The Hoboken backed water barely in time to escape being cut open and sunk. The British's stern struck and tore away the whole elaborate structure of wood and canvas with which Jonathan Gifford had disguised his bows. It melted and sank beneath the whirling blows of the churning paddles as the tall grey hull flashed past and up the channel. Around swung the baffled gunboat, and pounded after in hot pursuit. The painted canvas curtains that had hidden the overhang of her hull and the paddle wheels beneath now flapped grotesquely with the vehemence of her quivering engines. She looked like a fat apple woman chasing a predatory small boy, with about as much chance of success. The Grey Fox was already half a mile ahead, and drawing close to the shelter of the minefield before the Hoboken's crew could clear away the rest of the wreckage and bring the pivot gun to bear. "Stand aside, boy," commanded Captain Gifford. "I'll lay this gun myself." The ferry boat was bobbing up and down the steamer's wake, and the big smooth bore was an awkward piece to aim. The 1812er had learned his trade on far less stable decks, with far more primitive guns. Lockstring in hand, he sighted for the base of the fugitive's funnel as she swung around an angle of the channel and let drive. Even as he did so, the Plattsburgh, coming up astern, fired her Parrott rifle. The brief delay and the bends of the channel had brought her within range. Both bow chasers spoke together. Both blinded the men behind them with a stinging white cloud of black powder smoke, till the vessel drove through and clear. At the sight before them, the crews of both Union warships gave an exultant cheer. One of the shells had burst impotently in the air, but the other had struck squarely against the blockade runner's port paddle box and burst inside, shattering the wheel to bits. Whirling about, the stricken Grey Fox ran up far on the shoal and grounded on the soft mud. Up raced the Plattsburgh, soon overtaking the labouring Hoboken, which, greatly to Captain Hallett's surprise, drew aside and let him pass. Around the long curve of the channel the cruiser swung with ever-diminishing speed, till she stopped almost abreast of the stranded steamer. Down dropped her boats, and away they pulled to take possession of the waiting prize. But when the Hoboken had swung aside, she kept on, out of the channel, and straight across the shoal. Jonathan Gifford knew the bottom of Okra Sound as well as he did the surface. Though the Hoboken was of deeper draught than the Southern Belle, she was a skimming dish as compared with either of the two ocean steamers. The tide was at flood, and a short-cut perfectly feasible. Placidly, she waddled across the bows of the Plattsburgh's cutters and docked herself alongside the motionless Grey Fox. An armed boarding party assembled on the cabin roof, had a short leap and an easy scramble over the British's rail. They had run up an ensign and were passing a tow line before the Plattsburgh's swearing boat crews had returned to their own ship. Dropping astern of her prize, the Hoboken tugged at the tow rope with all the strength of her powerful engines. The Grey Fox, not yet settled into the mud, stirred, slid off, and was towed away stern foremost. As she drew abreast of the Plattsburgh, Captain Hallett spoke through a speaking trumpet to his old commander. "That vessel is my prize, sir, not yours. I sighted her at sea, chased her in here, and stopped her after you had failed to do so." "Oh, you did you?" answered Jonathan Gifford. "Who shot away a port paddle wheel, I'd like to know?" "I did, sir," claimed Hallett. "Your shell went wild. My foretopmen saw it leave your bows and burst in the air about half a mile dead ahead of you and nowhere near the target. They will testify so in the prize court, sir." And so will the captain of the Grey Fox, and I guess he's an equally competent and less biased witness, sir, retorted Gifford. He swears that he saw both shells leave my bows one after the other, sir. What? Cried the astounded Hallett. Then where did mine go? Right through my ship from stern to stem, sir. Blow all our caps with the wind of it, and nigh deafened us with the scream. You fired at the chase and raked your consort, raked her fore and aft, and at that you didn't hit anything, sir. The Balkan doesn't mind a little thing like that. She's a fine ship, sir. Sight finer than your gunnery. Go back to your station, sir, and don't try to teach seamanship and straight shooting to an 1812er. End of the 1812er.
Elegy 18, Love's Progress, by John Donne. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. Elegy 18, Love's Progress. Whoever loves, if he do not propose the right true end of love, he's one that goes to sea for nothing, but to make him sick. Love is a Beowulf born. If we o'erlick our love, and force it new strange shapes to take, we err, and of a lump a monster make. We're not a calf a monster that we're grown, faced like a man, though better than his own. Perfection is a unity. Prefer one woman first, and then one thing in her. I, when I value gold, may think upon the ductileness, the application, the wholesomeness, the ingenuity, from rust, from soil, from fire, ever free. But if I love it, 'tis because 'tis made by our new nature used, the soul of trade. All these in women we might think upon, if women had them, and yet love but one. Can men more injure women than to say they love them for that, by which they're not they? Makes virtue woman? Must I cool my blood, till I both be, and find one wise and good? May barren angels love so, but if we make love to woman, virtue is not she, as beauty is not nor wealth. He that strays thus, from her to hers, is more adulterous than if he took her maid, search every sphere and firmament. Our Cupid is not there, he's an infernal god, and underground. With Pluto dwells, where gold and fire abound. Men to such gods, their sacrificing coals, they not in altars lay, but pits and holes. Although we see celestial bodies move above the earth we till and love, so we her heirs contemplate, words at heart, and virtues, for we love the centric part. Nor is the soul more worthy, or more fit, for love than this, as infinite is it. But in attaining this desired place, how much they err, that set out at the face. The Hereford is of ambushes, of springs, snares, fetters, and manacles. The brow becalms us when 'tis smooth and plain, and when 'tis wrinkled, shipwracks us again. Smooth 'tis a paradise, where we would have immortal stay, and wrinkled 'tis our grave. The nose like to the first meridian runs, not twixt an east and west, but twixt two suns. The leaves a cheek, a rosy hemisphere, on either side, and then directs us where upon the islands fortunate we fall, not faint canaries, but ambrosial. For swelling lips, to which when we are come, we anchor there, and think ourselves at home. For they seem all, their siren songs and their wise Delphic oracles do fill the ear. There in a creek where chosen pearls do swell, the Remora, her cleaving tongue doth dwell. These in the glorious promontory her chin o'erpassed, and the straight Helen spot between, the Sestos and Abydos of her breasts. Not of two lovers, but two loves in east, succeeds a boundless sea, but yet thine eye some island moles may scatter there descry, and sailing towards her India, in that way, shall at her fair Atlantic navel stay. Though thence the current be thy pilot made, yet ere thou be where thou wouldst be invade, thou shalt upon another forest set, for many shipwreck and no further get. When thou art there, consider what this chase misspent by thy beginning at the face. Rather set out below, practice my art, some symmetry the foot hath with that part which thou dost seek, and is thy net for that. Lovely enough to stop, but not stay at. least subject to disguise and change it is. Men say the devil never can change his. It is the emblem that hath figured firmness. 'Tis the first part that comes to bed. Civility we see refined the kiss, which at the face began, transplanted is. Since to the hand, since to the imperial knee, now at the papal foot delights to be. If kings think that the nearer way, and do rise from the foot, lovers may do so too. For as free spheres move faster far than can birds, whom the air resists, so may that man which goes the empty and ethereal way, then if at beauty's elements he stay. Rich nature hath in woman wisely made 2 purses, and their mouths aversely laid. They then which to the lower tribute owe, that way which the exchequer looks, must go. He which doth not his error is as great, as who by clyster gave the stomach meat. End of Elegy 18, Blood's Progress.
Enoch Soames, A Memory of the 1890s, by Max Beerbohm. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Enoch Soames, A Memory of the 1890s. When a book about the literature of the 1890s was given by Mr. Holbrook Jackson to the world, I looked eagerly in the index for Soames, Enoch. It was as I feared. He was not there. But everybody else was. Many writers whom I had quite forgotten, or remembered but faintly, lived again for me, they and their work in Mr. Holbrook Jackson's pages. The book was as thorough as it was brilliantly written, and thus the omission found by me was an all the deadlier record of poor Soames' failure to impress himself on his decade. I dare say I am the only person who noticed the omission. Soames had failed so piteously as all that. Nor is there a counterpoise in the thought that if he had had some measure of success, he might have passed, like those others, out of my mind, to return only at the historian's beck. It is true that, had his gifts, such as they were, been acknowledged in his lifetime, he would never have made the bargain I saw him make, that strange bargain whose results have kept him always in the foreground of my memory. But it is from those very results that the full piteousness of him glares out. Not my compassion, however, impels me to write of him. For his sake, poor fellow, I should be inclined to keep my pen out of the ink. It is ill to deride the dead, and how can I write about Enoch Soames without making him ridiculous? Or, rather, how am I to hush up the horrid fact that he was ridiculous? I shall not be able to do that. Yet, sooner or later, write about him I must. You will see in due course that I have no option, and I may as well get the thing done now. In the summer term of '93, a bolt from the blue flashed down on Oxford. It drove deep. It hurtlingly embedded itself in the soil. Dons and undergraduates stood around, rather pale, discussing nothing but it. Whence came it, this meteorite? From Paris? Its name? Will Rothenstein. Its aim? To do a series of 24 portraits in lithograph. These were to be published from the Bodley Head, London. The matter was urgent. Already the warden of A, and the master of B, and the Regius Professor of C had meekly sat. Dignified and doddering old men who had never consented to sit to anyone could not withstand this dynamic little stranger. He did not sue. He invited. He did not invite. He commanded. He was 21 years old. He wore spectacles that flashed more than any other pair ever seen. He was a wit. He was brimful of ideas. He knew Whistler. He knew Daudet and the Goncourts. He knew everyone in Paris. He knew them all by heart. He was Paris in Oxford. It was whispered that, so soon as he had polished off his selection of dons, he was going to include a few undergraduates. It was a proud day for me when I was included. I liked Rothenstein not less than I feared him, and there arose between us a friendship that has never grown ever warmer, and been more and more valued by me with every passing year. At the end of term he settled in, or rather meteorically into, London. It was to him I owed my first knowledge of that former enchanting little world in itself, Chelsea, and my first acquaintance with Walter Sickert and other august elders who dwelt there. It was Rothenstein that took me to see, in Cambridge Street, Pimlico, a young man whose drawings were already famous among the few, Aubrey Beardsley by name. With Rothenstein I paid my first visit to the Bodley Head. By him I was inducted into another haunt of intellect and daring, the domino room of the Café Royal. There on that October evening, there in that exuberant vista of gliding and crimson velvet, set amidst all those opposing mirrors and upholding caryatids, with fumes of tobacco ever rising to the painted and pagan ceiling, and with the hum of presumably cynical conversation broken into so sharply now and again by the clatter of dominoes shuffled on marble tables, I drew a deep breath, and "This, indeed," said I to myself, "is life." Forgive me that theory. Remember, the waging of even the South African War was not yet. It was the hour before dinner. We drank vermouth. Those who knew Rothenstein were pointing him out to those who knew him only by name. Men were constantly coming in through the swinging doors and wandering slowly up and down in search of vacant tables or of tables occupied by friends. One of these rovers interested me because I was sure he wanted to catch Rothenstein's eye. He had twice passed our table with a hesitating look, but Rothenstein, in the thick of a disquisition on Pouvet de Chavannes, had not seen him. He was a stooping, shambling person, rather tall, very pale, with longish and brownish hair. He had a thin, vague beard, or rather, he had a chin on which a large number of hairs weakly curled and clustered to cover its retreat. He was an odd-looking person, but in the 90s, odd apparitions were more frequent, I think, than they are now. The young writers of that era, and I was sure this man was a writer, strove earnestly to be distinct in aspect. This man had striven unsuccessfully. He wore a soft black hat of clerical kind, but of bohemian intention, and a grey waterproof cape which, perhaps because it was waterproof, failed to be romantic. I decided that dim was the mot juste for him. I had already essayed to write, and was immensely keen on the mot juste, that holy grail of the period. The dim man was now again approaching our table, and this time he made up his mind to pause in front of it. "You don't remember me," he said in a toneless voice. Rothenstein brightly focused on him. "Yes, I do," he replied after a moment, with pride rather than effusion, pride and a retentive memory. "Edwin Soames." "Enoch Soames," said Enoch. "Enoch Soames," repeated Rothenstein in a tone implying that it was enough to have hit on the surname. "We met in Paris a few times when you were living there. We met at the Café Groche." "And I came to your studio once." "Oh, yes, I was sorry I was out." "But you were in. You showed me some of your paintings, you know. I hear you're in Chelsea now." "Yes." I almost wondered that Mr. Soames did not, after this monosyllable, pass along. He stood patiently there, rather like a dumb animal, rather like a donkey looking over a gate. A sad figure, his. It occurred to me that hungry was perhaps the mot juste for him. But hungry for what? He looked as if he had little appetite for anything. I was sorry for him, and Rothenstein, though he had not invited him to Chelsea, did ask him to sit down and have something to drink. Seated, he was more self-assertive. He flung back the wings of his cape with a gesture which, had not those wings been waterproof, might have seemed to hurl defiance at things in general, and he ordered an absinthe. "Je me tiens toujours fidèle," he told Rothstein, "à la sorcière Gloire." "It is bad for you," said Rothstein dryly. "Nothing is bad for one," answered Soames. "Dans ce monde il n'y a ni bien ni mal." "Nothing good, nothing bad? How do you mean?" "I explained it all in the preface to Negations." "Negations?" "Yes, I gave you a copy of it." "Oh, yes, of course, but did you explain, for instance, that there was no such thing as bad or good grammar?" "No," said Soames. "Of course in art there is the good and the evil, but in life, no." He was rolling a cigarette. He had weak, white hands, not well washed, and with fingertips much stained with nicotine. "In life there are illusions of good and evil, but—" His voice trailed away to a murmur which the words vieux jeu and rococo were faintly audible. I think he felt he was not doing himself justice, and feared that Rothenstein was going to point out fallacies. Anyhow, he cleared his throat and said, "Parlons d'autre chose." "It occurs to you that he was a fool?" It didn't to me. I was young and had not the clarity of judgment that Rothenstein already had. Soames was quite 5 or 6 years older than either of us. Also, he had written a book. It was wonderful to have written a book. If Rothenstein had not been there, I should have revered Soames. Even as it was, I respected him. and I was very near indeed to reverence when he said he had another book coming out soon. I asked if I might ask what kind of book it was to be. "My poems," he answered. Rothenstein asked if this was to be the title of the book. The poet meditated on this suggestion, but said he rather thought of giving the book no title at all. "If a book is good in itself," he murmured, and waved his cigarette. Rothenstein objected that absence of title might be bad for the sale of a book. "If," he urged, "I went into a bookseller's and said simply, 'Have you got,' or 'Have you a copy of,' how would they know what I wanted?" "Oh, of course I should have my name on the cover," Soames answered earnestly. "And I rather want," he added, looking hard at Rothenstein, "to have a drawing of myself as frontispiece." Rothenstein admitted that this was a capital idea, and mentioned that he was going into the country and would be there for some time. He then looked at his watch, exclaimed at the hour, paid the waiter, and went away with me to dinner. Soames remained at his post of fidelity to the glaucous witch. "Why were you so determined not to draw him?" I asked. "Draw him? Him? How can one draw a man who doesn't exist?" "He is dim," I admitted, but my mot juste fell flat. Rothenstein repeated that Soames was non-existent. Still, Soames had written a book. I asked if Rothenstein had read Negations. He said he had looked into it, but, he added crisply, "I don't profess to know anything about writing." A reservation very characteristic of the period. Painters would not then allow that anyone outside their own order had a right to any opinion about painting. This law, graven on the tablets brought down by Whistler from the summit of Fujiyama, imposed certain limitations. If other arts than painting were not utterly unintelligible to all but the men who practiced them, the law tottered. The Monroe Doctrine, as it were, did not hold good. Therefore no painter would offer an opinion of a book without warning you at any rate that his opinion was worthless. No one is a better judge of literature than Rothenstein, but it wouldn't have done to tell him so in those days, and I knew that I must form an unaided judgment of Negations. Not to buy a book of which I had met the author face to face would have been for me in those days an impossible act of self-denial. When I returned to Oxford for the Christmas term I had duly secured Negations. I used to keep it lying carelessly on the table in my room, and whenever a friend took it up and asked what it was about, I would say, "Oh, it's rather a remarkable book. It's by a man whom I know." Just what it was about I never was able to say. Head or tail was just what I hadn't made of that slim green volume. I found in the preface no clue to the labyrinth of contents, and in that labyrinth nothing to explain the preface. "Lean near to life. Lean very near, nearer. Life is web, and therein not warp nor woof is, but web only. It is for this I am Catholic in church and in thought, yet do let swift mood weave there what the shuttle of mood wills." These were the opening phrases of the preface, but those which followed were less easy to understand. Then came Stark, a conte, about a midnight, who, so far as I could gather, murdered or was about to murder a mannequin. It was rather like a story by Catulle Mendez, in which the translator had either skipped or cut out every alternate sentence. Next, a dialogue between Pan and St. Ursula, lacking, I rather thought, in snap. Next, some aphorisms, entitled Eo Plapato. Throughout, in fact, there was a great variety of form, and the forms had evidently been wrought with much care. It was rather the substance that eluded me. Was there, I wondered, any substance at all? It did not occur to me. Suppose Enoch Soames was a fool? Up cropped a rival hypothesis. Suppose I was? I inclined to give Soames the benefit of the doubt. I had read L'après-midi d'un faune without extracting a glimmer of meaning, yet Mallarmé, of course, was a master. How was I to know that Soames wasn't another? There was a sort of music in his prose, not, indeed, arresting, but perhaps I thought haunting, and laden, perhaps, with meanings as deep as Mallarmé's own. I waited his poems with an open mind, and I looked forward to them with positive impatience after I had had a second meeting with him. This was on an evening in January. Going into the aforesaid domino room, I had passed a table at which sat a pale man with an open book before him. He had looked from his book to me, and I looked back over my shoulder with a vague sense that I ought to have recognized him. I returned to pay my respects. After exchanging a few words, I said with a glance to the open book, "I see I am interrupting you," and was about to pass on, but "I prefer," Soames replied in his toneless voice, "to be interrupted," and I obeyed his gesture that I should sit down. I asked him if he often read here. Yes, things of this kind I read here, he answered, indicating the title of his book, The Poems of Shelley. Anything that you really, and I was going to say admire, but I cautiously left my sentence unfinished, and was glad that I had done so, for he said with unwonted emphasis, anything second-rate. I had read little of Shelley, but, of course, I murmured, he's very uneven. I should have thought evenness was just what was wrong with him, a deadly evenness. That's why I read him here. The noise of this place breaks the rhythm. He's tolerable here. Soames took up the book and glanced through the pages. He laughed. Soames' laugh was a short, single, and mirthless sound from the throat, unaccompanied by any movement of the face or brightening of the eyes. What a period, he uttered, laying the book down, and what a country, he added. I asked rather nervously if he didn't think Keats had more or less held his own against the drawbacks of time and place. He admitted that there were passages in Keats, but did not specify them. Of the older men, as he called them, he seemed to like only Milton. Milton, he said, wasn't sentimental. Also, Milton had a dark insight. And again, I can always read Milton in the reading room. The reading room? Of the British Museum. I go there every day. You do? I've only been there once. I'm afraid I found it rather a depressing place. It seemed to sap one's vitality. It does. That's why I go there. The lower one's vitality, the more sensitive one is to great art. I live near the museum. I have rooms in Dyott Street. And you go round to the reading room to read Milton. Usually Milton. He looked at me. It was Milton, he certificatively added, who converted me to diabolism. Diabolism? Oh, yes, really? Said I, with that vague discomfort and that intense desire to be polite which one feels when a man speaks of his own religion. You worship the devil? Soames shook his head. It's not exactly worship, he qualified, sipping his absinthe. It's more a matter of trusting and encouraging. I see, yes. I had rather gathered from the preface to negations that you were a Catholic. Je l'étais à cette époque. In fact, I still am. I am a Catholic diabolist. But this profession he made in an almost cursory tone. I could see that what was up most in his mind was the fact that I had read negations. His pale eyes had for the first time gleamed. I felt as one who is about to be examined viva voce on the very subject in which he is shakiest. I hastily asked him how soon his poems were to be published. Next week, he told me. And are they to be published without a title? No, I found a title at last, but I shan't tell you what it is. As though I had been so impertinent as to inquire. I am not sure that it wholly satisfies me, but it is the best I could find. It suggests something of the quality of the poems, strange growths, natural and wild, yet exquisite, he added, and many-hued and full of poisons. I asked him what he thought of Baudelaire. He uttered the snort that was his laugh, and Baudelaire, he said, was a bourgeois malgré lui. France had had only one poet, Villon, and 2/3 of Villon were sheer journalism. Verlaine was an épicier malgré lui. Altogether, rather to my surprise, he rated French literature lower than English. There were passages in Villiers de l'Île Adam, but I, he summed up, owe nothing to France. He nodded at me. You'll see, he predicted. I did not, when the time came, quite see that. I thought the offer of fungoids did, unconsciously of course, owe something to the young Parisian decadents or to the young English ones who owed something to them. I still think so. The little book, bought by me in Oxford, lies before me as I write. Its pale grey buckram cover and silver lettering have not worn well, nor have its contents. Through these, with a melancholy interest, I have again been looking. They are not much. But at the time of their publication, I had a vague suspicion that they might be. I suppose it is my capacity for faith, not poor Soames' work, that is weaker than it once was. To a young woman, thou art who hast not been, pale tunes irresolute, and traceries of old sounds, blown from a rotted flute, mingle with noise of cymbals, rouged with rust, nor not strange forms and epicene lie bleeding in the dust, being wounded with wounds, for this it is, that in thy counterpart of age-long mockeries thou hast not been nor art. There seemed to me a certain inconsistency as between the first and last lines of this. I tried with bent brows to resolve the discord, but I did not take my failure as wholly incompatible with a meaning in Soames' mind. Might it not rather indicate the depth of his meaning? As for the craftsmanship, rouged with rust, seemed to me a fine stroke, and nor not, instead of and, had a curious felicity. I wondered who the young woman was, and what she had made of it all. I sadly suspect that Soames could not have made more of it than she. Yet, even now, if one doesn't try to make any sense at all of the poem, and reads it just for the sound, there is a certain grace of cadence. Soames was an artist, in so far as he was anything, poor fellow. It seemed to me, when I first read Fungoids, that oddly enough the diabolistic side of him was the best. Diabolism seemed to be a cheerful, even a wholesome influence in his life. Nocturne. Round and round the shuttered square I strolled with the devil's arm in mine. No sound but the scrape of his hoofs was there, and the ring of his laughter and mine. We had drunk black wine. I screamed, "I will race you, master." "What matter?" he shrieked. "Tonight, which of us runs the faster? There is nothing to fear tonight, in the foul moon's light." Then I looked him in the eyes, and I laughed full shrill at the lie he told, and the gnawing fear he would fain disguise. It was true what I'd time and again been told. He was old. Old. There was, I felt, quite a swing about that first stanza, a joyous and rollicking note of comradeship. The second was slightly hysterical, perhaps, but I liked the third. It was so bracingly unorthodox, even according to the tenets of Soames' peculiar sect in the faith. Not much trusting and encouraging here. Soames triumphantly exposing the devil as a liar, and laughing full shrill, cut a quite heartening figure, I thought then. Now, in the light of what befell, none of his other poems depresses me so much as Nocturne. I looked out for what the metropolitan reviewers would have to say. They seemed to fall into two classes, those who had little to say, and those who had nothing. The second class was the larger, and the words of the first were cold, insomuch that "strikes a note of modernity, these tripping numbers." The Preston Telegraph was the only lure offered in advertisements by Soames' publisher. I had hoped that when next I met the poet I could congratulate him on having made a stir, for I fancied he was not so sure of his intrinsic greatness as he seemed. I was but able to say, rather coarsely, when next I did see him, that I hoped Fungoids was selling splendidly. He looked at me across his glass of absinthe and asked if I had bought a copy. His publisher had told him that 3 had been sold. I laughed, as at a jest. "You don't suppose I care, do you?" he said with something like a snarl. I disclaimed the notion. He added that he was not a tradesman. I said mildly that I wasn't either, and murmured that an artist who gave truly new and great things to the world had always to wait long for recognition. He said he cared not a sow for recognition. I agreed that the act of creation was its own reward. His moroseness might have alienated me if I had regarded myself as a nobody, but hadn't both John Lane and Aubrey Beardsley suggested that I should write an essay for the great new venture that was afoot, the Yellow Book? And hadn't Henry Harland, as editor, accepted my essay? And wasn't it to be in the very first number? At Oxford I was still in statu pupillari. In London I regarded myself as very much indeed a graduate now, one whom no Soames could ruffle. Partly to show off, partly in sheer goodwill. I told Soames he ought to contribute to the Yellow Book. He uttered from the throat a sound of scorn for that publication. Nevertheless, I did a day or two later tentatively ask Harland if he knew anything of the work of a man called Enoch Soames. Harland paused in the midst of his characteristic stride around the room, threw up his hands toward the ceiling, and groaned aloud. He had often met that absurd creature in Paris, and this very morning had received some poems in manuscript from him. "Has he no talent?" I asked. "He has income. He's all right." Harland was the most joyous of men and most generous of critics, and he hated to talk of anything about which he couldn't be enthusiastic, so I dropped the subject of Soames. The news that Soames had an income did take the edge off solicitude. I learned afterward that he was the son of an unsuccessful and deceased bookseller in Preston, but had inherited an annuity of £300 from a married aunt, and had no surviving relatives of any kind. Materially, then, he was all right, but there was still a spiritual pathos about him, sharpened for me now by the possibility that even the praises of the Preston Telegraph might not have been forthcoming had he not been the son of a Preston man. He had a sort of weak doggedness which I could not but admire. Neither he nor his work received the slightest encouragement, but he persisted in behaving as a personage. Always he kept his dingy little flag flying. Wherever congregated the jeunes féroces of the arts, in whatever Soho restaurant they had just discovered, in whatever music hall they were most frequently, there was Soames in the midst of them, or rather on the fringe of them, a dim but inevitable figure. He never sought to propitiate his fellow writers, never bated a jot of his arrogance about his own work or of his contempt for theirs. To the painters he was respectful, even humble, but for the poets and prosaists of the Yellow Book and later of the Savoy, he had never a word but of scorn. He wasn't resented. It didn't occur to anybody that he or his Catholic diabolism mattered. When, in the autumn of '96, he brought out, at his own expense this time, a third book, his last book, nobody said a word for or against it. I meant, but forgot, to buy it. I never saw it, and am ashamed to say I don't even remember what it was called. But I did, at the time of its publication, say to Rothenstein that I thought poor old Soames was really a rather tragic figure, and that I believed he would literally die for want of recognition. Rothenstein scoffed. He said I was trying to get credit for a kind heart which I didn't possess, and perhaps this was so. But at the private view of the New England Art Club a few weeks later, I beheld a pastel portrait of Enoch Soames, Esquire. It was very like him, and very like Rothenstein to have done it. Soames was standing near it, in his soft hat and his waterproof cape, all through the afternoon. Anybody who knew him would have recognized the portrait at a glance, but nobody who didn't know him would have recognized the portrait from its bystander. It existed, so much more than he. It was bound to. Also, it had not that expression of faint happiness which on that day was discernible, yes, in Soames' countenance. Fame had breathed on him. Twice again in the course of the month I went to the New English, and on both occasions Soames himself was on view there. Looking back, I regard the close of that exhibition as having been virtually the close of his career. He had felt the breath of fame against his cheek, so late, for such a little while, and at its withdrawal he gave in, gave up, gave out. He who had never looked strong or well looked ghastly now, a shadow of the shade he had once been. He still frequented the domino room, but having lost all wish to excite curiosity, he no longer read books there. "You read only at the museum now?" I asked, with attempted cheerfulness. He said he never went there now. "No absinthe there," he muttered. It was the sort of thing that in old days he would have said for effect, but it carried conviction now. Absinthe, erst but a point in the personality he had striven so hard to build up, was solace and necessity now. He no longer called it la saucière glauque. He had shed away all his French phrases. He had become a plain, unvarnished Preston man. Failure, if it be a plain, unvarnished, complete failure, and even though it be a squalid failure, has always a certain dignity. I avoided Soames because he made me feel rather vulgar. John Lane had published by this time 2 little books of mine, and they had had a pleasant little success of esteem. I was a slight but definite personality. Frank Harris had engaged me to kick up my heels in the Saturday Review. Alfred Harmsworth was letting me do likewise in the Daily Mail. I was just what Soames wasn't, and he shamed my gloss. Had I known that he really and firmly believed in the greatness of what he as an artist had achieved, I might not have shunned him. No man who hasn't lost his vanity can be held to have altogether failed. Soames' dignity was an illusion of mine. One day in the first week of June, 1897, that illusion went. But on the evening of that day, Soames went too. I'd been out most of the morning, and as it was too late to reach home in time for luncheon, I sought the 20e. This little place, Restaurant du 20e siècle, to give it its full title, had been discovered in '96 by the poets and prosaists, but had now been more or less abandoned in favor of some later find. I don't think it lived long enough to justify its name, but at that time there it still was, in Greek Street, a few doors from Soho Square, and almost opposite to that house where, in the first few years of the century, a little girl, and with her a boy named De Quincey, made nightly encampment in darkness and hunger among dust and rats and old legal parchments. The 20e was but a small whitewashed room leading out into the street at one end and into a kitchen at the other. The proprietor and cook was a Frenchman, known to us as Monsieur 20e. The waiters were his 2 daughters, Rose and Bertha, and the food, according to faith, was good. The tables were so narrow and were set so close together that there was space for 12 of them, 6 jutting from each wall. Only the 2 nearest to the door, as I went in, were occupied. On one side sat a tall, flashy, rather Mephistophelian man whom I had seen from time to time in the domino room and elsewhere. On the other side sat Soames. They made a queer contrast in that sunlit room, Soames sitting haggard in that hat and cape, which nowhere at any season had I seen him doff, and this other, this keenly vital man, at sight of whom I more than ever wondered whether he were a diamond merchant, a conjurer, or the head of a private detective agency. I was sure Soames didn't want my company, but I asked, as it would have seemed brutal not to, whether I might join him, and took the chair opposite to his. He was smoking a cigarette with an untasted salmi of something on his plate and a half-empty bottle of Sauterne before him, and he was quite silent. I said that the preparations for the Jubilee made London impossible. I rather liked them, really. I professed a wish to go right away till the whole thing was over. In vain did I attune myself to his gloom. He seemed not to hear me, or even to see me. I felt that his behavior made me ridiculous in the eyes of the other man. The gangway between the 2 rows of tables at the 20e was hardly more than 2 feet wide. Rose and Bertha, in their ministrations, had always to edge past each other, quarreling in whispers as they did so. And anyone at the table abreast of yours was virtually at yours. I thought our neighbor was amused at my failure to interest Soames, and so, as I could not explain to him that my insistence was merely charitable, I became silent. Without turning my head, I had him well within my range of vision. I hope I looked less vulgar than he in contrast with Soames. I was sure he was not an Englishman, but what was his nationality? Though his jet-black hair was imbrosse, I did not think he was French. To Bertha, who waited on him, he spoke French fluently, but with a hardly native idiom and accent. I gathered that this was his first visit to the 20e, but Bertha was offhand in her manner to him. He had not made a good impression. His eyes were handsome, but, like the 20e's table, too narrow and set too close together. His nose was predatory, and the points of his mustache, waxed up behind his nostrils, gave a fixity to his smile. Decidedly he was sinister, and my sense of discomfort in his presence was intensified by the scarlet waistcoat, which tightly, and so unseasonably in June, sheathed his ample chest. This waistcoat wasn't wrong merely because of the heat, either. It was somehow all wrong in itself. It wouldn't have done on Christmas morning. It would have struck a jarring note at the first night of Hernani. I was trying to account for its wrongness when Soames suddenly and strangely broke silence. 100 years hence, he murmured, as in a trance. We shall not be here, I briskly but fatuously added. We shall not be here, no, he droned, but the museum will still be just where it is, and the reading room just where it is, and people will be able to go and read there. He inhaled sharply, and a spasm as of actual pain contorted his features. I wondered what train of thought poor Soames had been following. He did not enlighten me when he said, after a long pause, "You think I haven't minded." "Minded what, Soames?" "Neglect, failure." "Failure?" I said heartily. "Failure?" I repeated vaguely. "Neglect, yes, perhaps, but that's quite another matter. Of course you haven't been appreciated. But what then? Any artist who gives... What I wanted to say was, any artist who gives truly new and great things to the world has always to wait long for recognition. But the flattery would not out. In the face of his misery, a misery so genuine and so unmasked, my lips would not say the words. And then he said them for me. I flushed. "That's what you were going to say, isn't it?" he asked. "How did you know?" "It's what you said to me 3 years ago when Fungoids was published." I flushed the more. I need not have flushed at all. "It's the only important thing I ever heard you say," he continued, "and I've never forgotten it. It's a true thing. It's a horrible truth. But, do you remember what I answered? I said, I don't care a sow for recognition. And you believed me. You've gone on believing I'm above that sort of thing. You're shallow. What should you know of the feelings of a man like me? You imagine that a great artist's faith in himself and in the verdict of posterity is enough to keep him happy. You've never guessed at the bitterness and loneliness, His voice broke, but presently he resumed, speaking with a force that I had never known in him. Posterity! What use is it to me? A dead man doesn't know that people are visiting his grave, visiting his birthplace, putting up tablets to him, unveiling statues of him. A dead man can't read the books that are written about him 100 years hence. Think of it, if I could come back to life then, just for a few hours, and go to the reading room and read, or better still, if I could be projected now at this moment into the future, into that reading room, just for this one afternoon, I'd sell myself body and soul to the devil for that. Think of the pages and pages in the catalog. Soames, Enoch, endless editions, commentaries, prolegomena, biographies. But here he was interrupted by a sudden loud crack of the chair at the next table. Our neighbor had half risen from his place. He was leaning toward us, apologetically intrusive. "Excuse me, permit me," he said softly. "I have been unable not to hear. Might I take a liberty? In this little restaurant sans façon, might I, as the phrase is, cut in?" I could but signify our acquiescence. Bertha had appeared at the kitchen door, thinking the stranger wanted his bill. He waved her away with his cigar, and in another moment had seated himself beside me, commanding a full view of Soames. "Though not an Englishman," he explained, "I know my London well, Mr. Soames, your name and fame, Mr. Beerbohm's too, very known to me. Your point is, who am I?" He glanced quickly over his shoulder, and in a lowered voice said, "I am the devil." I couldn't help it. I laughed. I tried not to. I knew there was nothing to laugh at. My rudeness shamed me, but I laughed with increasing volume. The devil's quiet dignity, the surprise and disgust of his raised eyebrows, did but the more dissolve me. I rocked to and fro. I lay back aching. I behaved deplorably. "I am a gentleman, and," he said with intense emphasis, "I thought I was in the company of gentlemen." "Don't," I gasped faintly. "Oh, don't." "Curious, nicht wahr?" I heard him say to Soames. "There is a type of person to whom the very mention of my name is, oh, so awfully funny. In your theatres, the dullest comédien needs only to say the devil, and right away they give him the loud laugh what speaks the vacant mind. Is it not so?" I had now just breath enough to offer my apologies. He accepted them, but coldly, and readdressed himself to Soames. "I am a man of business," he said, "and always I would put things through right now, as they say in the States. You are a poet. Les affaires. You detest them. So be it. But with me you will deal, eh? What have you said just now gives me furiously to hope." Soames had not moved except to light a fresh cigarette. He sat crouched forward, with his elbows squared on the table, and his head just above the level of his hands, staring up at the devil. "Go on," he nodded. I had no remnant of laughter in me now. "It will be the more pleasant, our little deal," the devil went on, "because you are, I mistake not, a diabolist?" "A Catholic diabolist," said Soames. The devil accepted the reservation genially. "You wish," he resumed, "to visit now, this afternoon as ever is, the reading room of the British Museum, yes? But of 100 years hence, yes? Parfaitement. Time and illusion, past and future, they are as ever present as the present, or at any rate only what you call just round the corner. I switch you on to any date. I project you, poof! You wish to be in the reading room just as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997? You wish to find yourself standing in that room just past the swing doors this very minute, yes? And to stay there till closing time? Am I right?" Soames nodded. The devil looked at his watch. 2:10, he said. "Closing time in summer same then as now, 7 o'clock. That will give you almost 5 hours. At 7 o'clock, poof, you will find yourself again here, sitting at this table. I am dining tonight dans le monde, dans les livres. That concludes my present visit to your great city. I come and fetch you here, Mr. Soames, on my way home." "Home?" I echoed. "Be it ever so humble," said the devil, lightly. "All right," said Soames. "Soames!" I entreated, but my friend moved not a muscle. The devil had made as though to stretch forth his hand across the table, but he paused in his gesture. 100 years hence, as now," he smiled. "No smoking allowed in the reading room. You would better, therefore," Soames removed the cigarette from his mouth and dropped it into his glass of Sauterne. "Soames!" again I cried. "Can't you—" But the devil had now stretched forth his hand across the table. He brought it slowly down on the tablecloth. Soames' chair was empty. His cigarette floated sodden in his wineglass. There was no other trace of him. For a few moments the devil let his hand rest where it lay, gazing at me out of the corners of his eyes, vulgarly triumphant. A shudder shook me. With an effort I controlled myself and rose from my chair. "Very clever," I said condescendingly, "but The Time Machine is a delightful book, don't you think? So entirely original." "You are pleased to sneer," said the devil, who had also risen. "But it is one thing to write about an impossible machine. It is a quite other thing to be a supernatural power." All the same, I had scored. Bertha had come forth at the sound of our rising. I explained to her that Mr. Soames had been called away, and that both he and I would be dining here. It was not until I was out in the open air that I began to feel giddy. I have but the haziest recollection of what I did, where I wandered, in the glaring sunshine of that endless afternoon. I remember the sound of carpenters' hammers all along Piccadilly, and the bare chaotic look of the half-erected stands. Was it in the Green Park, or in Kensington Gardens, or where was it that I sat on a chair beneath a tree trying to read an evening paper? There was a phrase in the leading article that went on repeating itself in my fagged mind. "Little is hidden from this august lady full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty." I remember wildly conceiving a letter, to reach Windsor by an express messenger told to await answer. "Madam, well knowing that your majesty is full of the garnered wisdom of 60 years of sovereignty, I venture to ask your advice in the following delicate matter. Mr. Enoch Soames, whose poems you may or may not know—" Was there no way of helping him, saving him? A bargain was a bargain, and I was the last man to aid or abet anyone wriggling out of a reasonable obligation. I wouldn't have lifted a little finger to save Faust, but poor Soames, doomed to pay without respite an eternal price for nothing but a fruitless search and a bitter disillusioning. Odd and uncanny it seemed to me that he, Soames, in the flesh, in the waterproof cape, was at this moment living in the last decade of the next century, poring over books not yet written, and seeing and seen by men not yet born. Uncannier, and odder still, that tonight and evermore he would be in hell. Assuredly, truth was stranger than fiction. Endless that afternoon was. Almost I wished I had gone with Soames, not, indeed, to stay in the reading-room, but to sally forth for a brisk sightseeing walk around a new London. I wandered restlessly out of the park I had sat in. Vainly I tried to imagine myself an ardent tourist from the 18th century. Intolerable was the strain of the slow passing and empty minutes. Long before 7 o'clock I was back at the 20e. I sat there just where I had sat for luncheon. Air came in listlessly through the open door behind me. Now and again, Rose or Bertha appeared for a moment. I had told them I would not order any dinner till Mr. Soames came. A hurdy-gurdy began to play, abruptly drowning the noise of a quarrel between some Frenchmen farther up the street. Whenever the tune was changed, I heard the quarrel still raging. I had bought another evening paper on my way. I unfolded it. My eyes gazed ever away from it to the clock over the kitchen door. 5 minutes now to the hour. I remembered that clocks in restaurants are kept 5 minutes fast. I concentrated my eyes on the paper. I vowed I would not look away from it again. I held it upright, at its full width, close to my face, so that I had no view of anything but it. Rather a tremulous sheet, only because of the draught, I told myself. My arms gradually became stiff. They ached, but I could not drop them now. I had a suspicion. I had a certainty. Well, what then? What else had I come for? Yet I held tight that barrier of newspaper. Only the sound of Bertha's brisk footstep from the kitchen forced me to drop it and to utter, "What shall we have to eat, Soames?" "Il est souffrant, ce pauvre Monsieur Soames?" asked Bertha. "He's only tired," I asked her to get some wine, Burgundy, and whatever food might be ready. Soames sat crouched forward against the table exactly as when I had last seen him. It was as though he had never moved, he who had moved so unimaginably far. Once or twice in the afternoon it had for an instant occurred to me that perhaps his journey was not to be fruitless, that perhaps we had all been wrong in our estimate of the works of Enoch Soames, that we had been horribly right was horribly clear from the look of him, but "Don't be discouraged," I falteringly said. "Perhaps it's only that you didn't leave enough time. 2-3 centuries hence, perhaps." "Yes," his voice came. "I've thought of that." "And now for the more immediate future, what are you going to hide? How would it be if you caught the Paris Express from Charing Cross? Almost an hour to spare. Don't go on to Paris. Stop at Calais. Live in Calais. He'd never think of looking for you in Calais." "It's like my luck," he said, "to spend my last hours on earth with an ass." But I was not offended, and a treacherous ass, he strangely added, tossing across to me a crumpled bit of paper which he had been holding in his hand. I glanced at the writing on it, some sort of gibberish apparently. I laid it impatiently aside. "Come, Soames, pull yourself together. This isn't a mere matter of life and death, it's a question of eternal torment, mind you. You don't mean to say you're going to wait limply here till the devil comes to fetch you?" "I can't do anything else. I've no choice." "Come, this is trusting and encouraging with a vengeance. This is diabolism run mad." I filled his glass with wine. "Surely now that you've seen the brute." "It's no good abusing him." "You must admit there's nothing Miltonic about him, Soames." "I don't say he's not rather different from what I expected." "He's a vulgarian. He's a swell mobsman. He's the sort of man who hangs about the corridors of trains going to the Riviera and steals ladies' jewel cases. Imagine eternal torment presided over by him." "You don't suppose I'd look forward to it, do you?" "Then why not slip quietly out of the way?" Again and again I filled his glass, and always mechanically he emptied it. But the wine kindled no spark of enterprise in him. He did not eat, and I myself ate hardly at all. I did not in my heart believe that any dash for freedom could save him. The chase would be swift, the capture certain, but better anything than this passive, meek, miserable waiting. I told Soames that for the honor of the human race he ought to make some show of resistance. He asked what the human race had ever done for him. "Besides," he said, "can't you understand that I'm in his power? You saw him touch me, didn't you? That's an end of it. I've no will. I'm sealed." I made a gesture of despair. He went on repeating the word sealed. I began to realize that the wine had clouded his brain. No wonder. Foodless, he had gone into futurity. Foodless he still was. I urged him to eat, at any rate, some bread. It was maddening to think that he, who had so much to tell, might tell nothing. "How was it all?" I asked, "yonder? Come, tell me your adventures." "They'd make first-rate copy, wouldn't they?" "I'm awfully sorry for you, Soames, and I make all possible allowances, but what earthly right have you to insinuate that I should make copy, as you call it, out of you?" The poor fellow pressed his hands to his forehead. "I don't know," he said. "I had some reason, I know. I'll try to remember." He sat plunged in thought. "That's right. Try to remember everything. Eat a little more bread. What did the reading room look like?" "Much as usual," he at length muttered. "Many people there?" "Usual sort of number." "What did they look like?" Soames tried to visualize them. "They all," he presently remembered, "looked very much like one another." My mind took a fearsome leap. "All dressed in sanitary woolen?" "Yes, I think so. Grayish, yellowish stuff." "A sort of uniform?" He nodded. "With a number on it, perhaps. A number on a large disc of metal strapped round the left arm, DKF 78,910, that sort of thing?" It was even so. "And all of them, men and women alike, looking very well cared for? Very utopian and smelling rather strongly of carbolic, and all of them quite hairless?" I was right every time. Soames was only not sure whether the men and women were hairless or shorn. "I hadn't time to look at them very closely," he explained. "No, of course not, but they stared at me, I can tell you. I attracted a great deal of attention." At last he had done that. I think I rather scared them. They moved away whenever I came near. They followed me about, at a distance, wherever I went. The men at the round desk in the middle seemed to have a sort of panic whenever I went to make inquiries. "What did you do when you arrived?" Well, he had gone straight to the catalogue, of course, to the S volumes, and had stood long before SNSOF, unable to take this volume out of the shelf because his heart was beating so. At first, he said, he wasn't disappointed. He only thought there was some new arrangement. He went to the middle desk and asked where the catalogue of 20th century books was kept. He gathered that there was still only one catalogue. Again he looked up his name, stared at the 3 little pasted slips he had known so well. Then he went and sat down for a long time. And then, he droned, I looked up the Dictionary of National Biography and some encyclopedias. I went back to the middle desk and asked what was the best modern book on late 19th century literature. They told me Mr. T.K. Nupton's book was considered the best. I looked it up in the catalogue and filled in a form for it. It was brought to me. My name wasn't in the index, but, yes. He said with a sudden change of tone, That's what I'd forgotten. What's that bit of paper? Give it me back. I too had forgotten that cryptic screed. I found it fallen on the floor and handed it to him. He smoothed it out, nodding and smiling at me disagreeably. I found myself glancing through Nupton's book, he resumed. Not very easy reading, some sort of phonetic spelling. All the modern books I saw were phonetic. Then I don't want to hear any more, Soames, please. The proper names seemed all to be spelt in the old way, but for that I mightn't have noticed my own name. Your own name, really? Soames, I'm very glad. And yours. No. I thought I should find you waiting here tonight, so I took the trouble to copy out the passage. Read it. I snatched the paper. Soames' handwriting was characteristically dim. It and the noisome spelling and my excitement made me all the slower to grasp what T.K. Nupton was driving at. The document lies before me at this moment. Strange that the words I here copy out for you were copied out for me by poor Soames just 82 years hence. From page 234 of English Literature, 1890 to 1900, by T.K. Nupton, published by the State, 1992. For example, a writer of the time named Max Beerbohm, who was still alive in the 20th century, wrote a story in which he portrayed an imaginary character called Enoch Soames, a third-rate poet who believes himself a great genius and makes a bargain with the devil in order to know what posterity thinks of him. It is a somewhat labored satire, but not without value as showing how seriously the young men of the 1890s took themselves. Now that the literary profession has been organized as a department of public service, our writers have found their level and have learnt to do their duty without thought of the morrow. The laborer is worthy of his hire, and that is all. Thank heaven we have no Enoch Soameses among us today. I found that by murmuring the words aloud, a device which I commend to my reader, I was able to master them little by little. The clearer they became, the greater was my bewilderment, my distress and horror. The whole thing was a nightmare. Afar, the great grisly background of what was in store for the poor dear art of letters. Here at the table, fixing on me a gaze that made me hot all over, the poor fellow whom evidently, but no, whatever downgrade my character might take in coming years, I should never be such a brute as to... Again, I examined the screed. Imaginary. But here Soames was. No more imaginary, alas, than I. And labored. What on earth was that? To this day, I have never made out that word. It's all very baffling, I at length stammered. Soames said nothing, but cruelly did not cease to look at me. Are you sure? I temporized. Quite sure you copied the thing out correctly. Quite. Well then, it's this wretched Nupton who must be going to make some idiotic mistake. Look here, Soames, you know me better than to suppose that I... After all, the name Max Beerbohm is not at all an uncommon one, and there must be several Enoch Soameses running around, or rather, Enoch Soames is a name that might occur to anyone writing a story. And I don't write stories, I'm an essayist, an observer, a recorder. I admit that it's an extraordinary coincidence, but you must see... I see the whole thing, said Soames quietly, and he added, with a touch of his old manner, but with more dignity than I had ever known him, Pardon d'autres choses. I accepted that suggestion very promptly. I returned straight to the more immediate future. I spent most of the long evening in renewed appeals to Soames to come away and seek refuge somewhere. I remember saying at last that if indeed I was destined to write about him, the supposed story had better have at least a happy ending. Soames repeated those last 3 words in a tone of intense scorn. "In life and in art," he said, "all that matters is an inevitable ending." "But," I urged more hopefully than I felt, "an ending that can be avoided isn't inevitable." "You aren't an artist," he rasped, "and you're so hopelessly not an artist that, so far from being able to imagine a thing and make it seem true, you're going to make even a true thing seem as if you'd made it up. You're a miserable bungler, and it's like my luck." I protested that the miserable bungler was not going to be I, but T.K. Nupton, and we had a rather heated argument, in the thick of which it suddenly seemed to me that Soames saw he was in the wrong. He had quite physically cowered, but I wondered why, and now I guessed with a cold throb just why. He stared so past me. The bringer of that inevitable ending filled the doorway. I managed to turn in my chair and to say, not without a semblance of lightness, "Aha, come in." Dread was indeed rather blunted in me by his looking so absurdly like a villain in a melodrama. The sheen of his tilted hat and of his shirt front, the repeated twists he was giving to his mustache, and most of all the magnificence of his sneer, gave token that he was there only to be foiled. He was at our table in a stride. "I am sorry," he sneered witheringly, "to break up your pleasant party, but—" "You don't, you complete it," I assured him. "Mr. Soames and I want to have a little talk with you. Won't you sit? Mr. Soames got nothing, frankly, nothing, by his journey this afternoon. We don't wish to say that the whole thing was a swindle, a common swindle. On the contrary, we believe you meant well. But of course the bargain, such as it was, is off." The devil gave no verbal answer. He merely looked at Soames and pointed with rigid forefinger to the door. Soames was wretchedly rising from his chair when, with a desperate quick gesture, I swept together 2 dinner knives that were on the table and laid their blades across each other. The devil stepped sharp back against the table behind him, averting his face and shuddering. "You are not superstitious," he hissed. "Not at all," I smiled. "Soames," he said as to an underling, but without turning his face, "put those knives straight," with an inhibitive gesture to my friend. "Mr. Soames," I said emphatically to the devil, "is a Catholic diabolist." But my poor friend did the devil's bidding, not mine, and now, with his master's eyes again fixed on him, he arose, he shuffled past me. I tried to speak. It was he that spoke. "Try," was the prayer he threw back at me as the devil pushed him roughly out through the door. "Try to make them know that I did exist." In another instant, I, too, was through that door. I stood staring all ways, up the street, across it, down it. There was moonlight and lamplight, but there was not Soames nor that other. Dazed I stood there. Dazed, I turned back at length into the little room, and I suppose I paid Bertha a rose for my dinner, and luncheon, and for Soames. I hope so, for I never went to the 20e again. Ever since that night I have avoided Greek Street altogether, and for years I did not set foot even in Soho Square, because on that same night it was there I paced and loitered. Long and long, with some such dull sense of hope as a man has in not straying far from the place where he has lost something, round and round the shuttered square. That line came back to me on my lonely beat, and with it the whole stanza ringing in my brain and bearing in on me how tragically different from the happy scene imagined by him was the poet's actual experience of that prince in whom, of all princes, we should put not our trust. But strange how the mind of an essayist, be it never so stricken, roves and ranges. I remember pausing before a wide doorstep and wondering if perchance it was on this very one that the young De Quincey lay ill and faint while poor Anne flew as fast as her feet would carry her to Oxford Street, the stony-hearted stepmother of them both, and came back bearing that glass of port wine and spices, but for which he might, so he thought, actually have died. Was this the very doorstep that the old De Quincey used to revisit in homage? I pondered Anne's fate, the cause of her sudden vanishing from the ken of her boyfriend, and presently I blamed myself for letting the past override the present. Poor vanished Soames. And for myself, too, I began to be troubled. What had I better do? Would there be a hue and cry? Mysterious disappearance of an author, and all that? He had last been seen lunching and dining in my company. Hadn't I better get a hansom and drive straight to Scotland Yard? They would think I was a lunatic. After all, I reassured myself, London was a very large place. and one very dim figure might easily drop out of it unobserved, now especially in the blinding glare of the near Jubilee. Better say nothing at all, I thought. And I was right. Soames' disappearance made no stir at all. He was utterly forgotten before anyone, so far as I am aware, noticed that he was no longer hanging around. Now and again some poet or prosaist may have said to another, "What has become of that man Soames?" But I never heard any such question asked. As for his landlady in Dyott Street, no doubt he had paid her weekly, and what possessions he may have had in his rooms were enough to save her from fretting. The solicitor through whom he was paid his annuity may be presumed to have made inquiries, but no echo of these resounded. There was something rather ghastly to me in the general unconsciousness that Soames had existed, and more than once I caught myself wondering whether Nupton, that babe unborn, were going to be right in thinking him a figment of my brain. In that extract from Nupton's repulsive book there is one point which perhaps puzzles you. How is it that the author, though I have here mentioned him by name and have quoted the exact words he is going to write, is not going to grasp the obvious corollary that I have invented nothing? The answer can be only this. Nupton will not have read the later passages of this memoir. Such lack of thoroughness is a serious fault in anyone who undertakes to do scholar's work. And I hope these words will meet the eye of some contemporary rival to Nupton, and be the undoing of Nupton. I like to think that some time between 1992 and 1997, somebody will have looked up this memoir, and will have forced on the world his inevitable and startling conclusions, and I have reason for believing that this will be so. You realize that the reading room into which Soames was projected by the devil was in all respects precisely as it will be on the afternoon of June 3rd, 1997. You realize, therefore, that on that afternoon, when it comes round, there the selfsame crowd will be, and there Soames will be punctually, he and they doing precisely what they did before. Recall now Soames' account of the sensation he made. You may say that the mere difference of his costume was enough to make him sensational in that uniformed crowd. You wouldn't say so if you had ever seen him, and I assure you that in no period would Soames be anything but dim. The fact that people are going to stare at him and follow him around and seem afraid of him can be explained only on the hypothesis that they will somehow have been prepared for his ghostly visitation. They will have been awfully waiting to see whether he really would come, and when he does come, the effect will of course be awful. An authentic, guaranteed, proved ghost, but only a ghost, alas, only that. In his first visit, Soames was a creature of flesh and blood, whereas the creatures among whom he was projected were but ghosts, I take it, solid, palpable, vocal, but unconscious and automatic ghosts, in a building that was itself an illusion. Next time that building and those creatures will be real. It is of Soames that there will be but the semblance. I wish I could think him destined to revisit the world actually, physically, consciously. I wish he had this one brief escape, this one small treat to look forward to. I never forget him for long. He is where he is, and forever. The more rigid moralists among you may say he has only himself to blame. For my part, I think he has been very hardly used. It is well that vanity should be chastened. And Enoch Soames' vanity was, I admit, above the average, and called for special treatment. But there was no need for vindictiveness. You say he contracted to pay the price he is paying. Yes, but I maintain that he was induced to do so by fraud. Well informed in all things, the devil must have known that my friend would gain nothing by his visit to futurity. The whole thing was a very shabby trick. The more I think of it, the more detestable the devil seems to me. Of him I have caught sight several times, here and there, since that day at the 20e. Only once, however, have I seen him at close quarters. This was a couple of years ago in Paris. I was walking one afternoon along the Rue d'Antin, and I saw him advancing from the opposite direction, overdressed as ever, and swinging an ebony cane, and altogether behaving as though the whole pavement belonged to him. At thought of Enoch Soames and the myriads of other sufferers eternally in this brute's dominion, a great cold wrath filled me, and I drew myself up to my full height. But, well, one is so used to nodding and smiling in the street to anybody whom one knows that the action becomes almost independent of oneself. To prevent it requires a very sharp effort and great presence of mind. I was miserably aware as I passed the devil that I nodded and smiled to him, and my shame was the deeper and hotter because he, if you please, stared straight at me with the utmost haughtiness. To be cut, deliberately cut, by him. I still am, furious at having had that happen to me. End of Enoch Soames, A Memory of the 1890s.
Scene 18 of Faust by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scene 18. Don John. In a niche of the wall of a shrine with an image of the Mater Dolorosa, pots of flowers before it. Marguerite putting fresh flowers in the pots. Incline, O maiden, thou sorrow laden, thy gracious countenance upon my pain. The sword thy heart in, with anguish smarting, thou lookest up to where thy son is slain. Thou seest the father thy sad sighs gather, and bear aloft thy sorrow and his pain. Ah, past guessing, beyond expressing, the pangs that wring my flesh and bone, why this anxious heart so burneth, why it trembleth, why it yearneth, knowest thou, and thou alone. Where'er I go, what sorrow, what woe and sorrow within my bosom aches. Alone and unsleeping, I'm weeping, 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 the heart within me breaks. The pots before my window, alas, my tears did wet, as in the early morning, for thee these flowers I set. Within my lonely chamber, the morning sun shone red. I sat in utter sorrow, already on my bed. Help, rescue me from death and stain, O maiden, thou sorrow laden, incline thy countenance upon my pain. Schwinge. Ach neige, du Schmerzenreicher, dein Antlitz gnadig meiner Not. Das Schwert in Herzen mit tausend Schmerzen blickst ab zu deines Sohne Tod. Zum Vater blickst du und steifer schlickst du hinauf sein und deine Not. Wer fühlet, wie hühlet der Schmerze mir im Gebein? Was mein armes Herz hier banget, was sitter, was verlanget, weisse nur du allein. Wohin mich immer gehe, wie weh, wie weh, wie wehe, wird mir im Busen hier. Ich bin ach kaum alleine, ich wein, ich wein, ich weine, das Herz zerbricht in mir. Die Scherben vor mein Fenster betau ich mit Tränen ach, als ich am frühen Morgen diese Blumen brach. Schein heil in meiner Kammer die Sonne früh herauf, sagt ich in allem Jammer in meinem Bettchen auf. Hilf, räch mich von Schmerz und Tod, ach Neger, du Schmerzenreicher, dein Antlitz gnädig meiner Not. End of Scene 18 of Faust by Goethe. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Federalist number 18. The same subject continued. The insufficiency of the present Confederation to preserve the Union by James Madison and Alexander Hamilton. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Federalist.org. Federalist number 18. The same subject continued. The insufficiency of the present Confederation to preserve the Union. For the New York Packet, Friday, December 7th, 1787. Madison with Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York. Among the confederacies of antiquity, the most considerable was that of the Grecian republics, associated under the Amphictyonic Council. From the best accounts transmitted of this celebrated institution, it bore a very instructive analogy to the present Confederation of the American States. The members retained the character of independent and sovereign states and had equal votes in the Federal Council. This council had a general authority to propose and resolve whatever it judged necessary for the common welfare of Greece, to declare and carry on war, to decide in the last resort all controversies between the members, to fine the aggressing party, to employ the whole force of the Confederacy against the disobedient, to admit new members. The Amphictyons were the guardians of religion and of the immense riches belonging to the Temple of Delphos, where they had the right of jurisdiction in controversies between the inhabitants and those who came to consult the oracle. As a further provision for the efficacy of the federal powers, they took an oath mutually to defend and protect the united cities, to punish the violators of this oath, and to inflict vengeance on sacrilegious despoilers of the temple. In theory and upon paper, this apparatus of powers seems amply sufficient for all general purposes. In several material instances, they exceed the powers enumerated in the Articles of Confederation. The Amphictyons had in their hands the superstition of the times, one of the principal engines by which government was then maintained. They had a declared authority to use coercion against refractory cities, and were bound by oath to exert this authority on the necessary occasions. Very different, nevertheless, was the experiment from the theory. The powers, like those of the present Congress, were administered by deputies appointed wholly by the cities in their political capacities, and exercised over them in the same capacities. Hence the weakness, the disorders, and finally the destruction of the Confederacy. The more powerful members, instead of being kept in awe and subordination, tyrannized successively over all the rest. Athens, as we learn from Demosthenes, was the arbiter of Greece 73 years. The Lacedaemonians next governed it 29 years. At a subsequent period, after the battle of Leuctra, the Thebans had their turn of domination. It happened but too often, according to Plutarch, that the deputies of the strongest cities awed and corrupted those of the weaker, and that judgment went in favor of the most powerful party. Even in the midst of defensive and dangerous wars with Persia and Macedon, the members never acted in concert, and were, more or fewer of them, eternally the dupes or the hirelings of the common enemy. The intervals of foreign war were filled up by domestic vicissitudes, convulsions, and carnage. After the conclusion of the war with Xerxes, it appears that the Lacedaemonians required that a number of the cities should be turned out of the Confederacy for the unfaithful part they had acted. The Athenians, finding that the Lacedaemonians would lose fewer partisans by such a measure than themselves, and would become masters of the public deliberations, vigorously opposed and defeated the attempt. This piece of history proves at once the inefficiency of the Union, the ambition and jealousy of its most powerful members, and the dependent and degraded condition of the rest. The smaller members, though entitled by the theory of their system to revolve in equal pride and majesty around the common center, had become, in fact, satellites of the orbs of primary magnitude. Had the Greeks, says the Abbé Mleigh, been as wise as they were courageous, they would have been admonished by experience of the necessity of a closer union, and would have availed themselves of the peace which followed their success against the Persian arms to establish such a reformation. Instead of this obvious policy, Athens and Sparta, inflated with the victories and the glory they had acquired, became first rivals and then enemies, and did each other infinitely more mischief than they had suffered from Xerxes. Their mutual jealousies, fears, hatreds, and injuries ended in the celebrated Peloponnesian War, which itself ended in the ruin and slavery of the Athenians who had begun it. As a weak government, when not at war, is ever agitated by internal dissensions, so these never failed to bring on fresh calamities from abroad. The Phocians, having plowed up some consecrated ground belonging to the temple of Apollo, the Amphictyonic Council, according to the superstition of the age, imposed a fine on the sacrilegious offenders. The Phocians, being abetted by Athens and Sparta, refused to submit to the decree. The Thebans, with others of the cities, undertook to maintain the authority of the Amphictyons and to avenge the violated god. The latter, being the weaker party, invited the assistance of Philip of Macedon, who had secretly fostered the contest. Philip gladly seized the opportunity of executing the designs he had long planned against the liberties of Greece. By his intrigues and bribes, he won over to his interests the popular leaders of several cities, by their influence and votes gained admission into the Amphictyonic Council, and by his arts and his arms made himself master of the Confederacy. Such were the consequences of the fallacious principle on which this interesting establishment was founded. Had Greece, says a judicious observer on her fate, been united by a stricter confederation and persevered in her union, she would never have worn the chains of Macedon, and might have proved a barrier to the vast projects of Rome. The Achaean League, as it is called, was another society of Grecian republics, which supplies us with valuable instruction. The union here was far more intimate, and its organization much wiser than in the preceding instance. It will accordingly appear that, though not exempt from a similar catastrophe, it by no means equally deserved it. The cities composing this league retained their municipal jurisdiction, appointed their own officers, and enjoyed a perfect equality. The Senate, in which they were represented, had the sole and exclusive right of peace and war, of sending and receiving ambassadors, of entering into treaties and alliances, of appointing a chief magistrate or praetor, as he was called, who commanded their armies, and who, with the advice and consent of 10 of the senators, not only administered the government in the recess of the Senate, but had a great share in its deliberations when assembled. According to the primitive constitution, there were 2 praetors associated in the administration, but on trial a single one was preferred. It appears that the cities had all the same laws and customs, the same weights and measures, and the same money. But how far this effect proceeded from the authority of the Federal Council is left in uncertainty. It is said only that the cities were in a manner compelled to receive the same laws and usages. When Lacedaemon was brought into the league by Philopoemen, it was attended with an abolition of the institutions and laws of Lycurgus, and an adoption of those of the Achaeans. The Amphictyonic Confederacy, of which she had been a member, left her in the full exercise of her government and her legislation. This circumstance alone proves a very material difference in the genius of the 2 systems. It is much to be regretted that such imperfect monuments remain of this curious political fabric. Could its interior structure and regular operation be ascertained, it is probable that more light would be thrown by it on the science of federal government than by any of the like experiments with which we are acquainted. One important fact seems to be witnessed by all the historians who take notice of Achaean affairs. It is that as well after the renovation of the League by Aratus as before its dissolution by the arts of Macedon, there was infinitely more of moderation and justice in the administration of its government, and less of violence and sedition in the people than were to be found in any of the cities exercising singly all the prerogatives of sovereignty. The Abbé Mably, in his observations on Greece, says that the popular government, which was so tempestuous elsewhere, caused no disorders in the members of the Achaean Republic, because it was there tempered by the general authority and laws of the Confederacy. We are not to conclude too hastily, however, that faction did not, in a certain degree, agitate the particular cities, much less that a due subordination and harmony reigned in the general system. The contrary is sufficiently displayed in the vicissitudes and fate of the Republic. Whilst the Amphictyonic Confederacy remained, that of the Achaeans, which comprehended the less important cities only, made little figure of the theatre of Greece. When the former became a victim to Macedon, the latter was spared by the policy of Philip and Alexander. Under the successors of these princes, however, a different policy prevailed. The arts of division were practiced among the Achaeans. Each city was seduced into a separate interest. The union was dissolved. Some of the cities fell under the tyranny of Macedonian garrisons, others under that of usurpers springing out of their own confusions. Shame and oppression ere long awakened their love of liberty. A few cities reunited. Their example was followed by others as opportunities were found of cutting off their tyrants. The League soon embraced almost the whole Peloponnesus. Macedon saw its progress, but was hindered by internal dissensions from stopping it. All Greece caught the enthusiasm and seemed ready to unite in one confederacy when the jealousy and envy in Sparta and Athens of the rising glory of the Achaeans threw a fatal damp on the enterprise. The dread of the Macedonian power induced the League to court the alliance of the kings of Egypt and Syria, who, as successors of Alexander, were rivals of the king of Macedon. This policy was defeated by Cleomenes, king of Sparta, who was led by his ambition to make an unprovoked attack on his neighbors, the Achaeans, and who, as an enemy to Macedon, had interest enough with the Egyptian and Syrian princes to effect a breach of their engagements with the League. The Achaeans were now reduced to the dilemma of submitting to Cleomenes, or of supplicating the aid of Macedon, its former oppressor. The latter expedient was adopted. The contests of the Greeks always afforded a pleasing opportunity to that powerful neighbor of intermeddling in their affairs. A Macedonian army quickly appeared. Cleomenes was vanquished. The Achaeans soon experienced, as often happens, that a victorious and powerful ally is but another name for a master. All that their most abject compliances could obtain from him was a toleration of the exercise of their laws. Philip, who was now on the throne of Macedon, soon provoked by his tyrannies fresh combinations among the Greeks. The Achaeans, though weakened by internal dissensions and by the revolt of Messina, one of its members, being joined by the Aetolians and Athenians, erected the standard of opposition. Finding themselves, though thus supported, unequal to the undertaking, they once more had recourse to the dangerous expedient of introducing the succor of foreign arms. The Romans, to whom the invitation was made, eagerly embraced it. Philip was conquered, Macedon subdued. A new crisis ensued to the League. Dissensions broke out among its members. These the Romans fostered. Callicrates and other popular leaders became mercenary instruments for inveigling their countrymen. The more effectually to nourish discord and disorder the Romans had, to the astonishment of those who confided in their sincerity, already proclaimed universal liberty. Footnote: this was but another name more specious for the independence of the members on the federal head. End of footnote. Throughout Greece, with the same insidious views, they now seduced the members from the League by representing to their pride the violation it committed on their sovereignty. By these arts, this union, the last hope of Greece, the last hope of ancient liberty, was torn into pieces, and such imbecility and distraction introduced that the arms of Rome found little difficulty in completing the ruin which their arts had commenced. The Achaeans were cut to pieces, and Achaia was loaded with chains, under which it is groaning at this hour. I have thought it not superfluous to give the outlines of this important portion of history, both because it teaches more than one lesson, and because, as a supplement to the outlines of the Achaean constitution, it emphatically illustrates the tendency of federal bodies rather to anarchy among the members than to tyranny in the head. Publius. And of Federalist number 18, the same subject continued, the insufficiency of the present Confederation to preserve the Union.
Introduction of the Honey Bee to California, a chapter from Beekeeper's Directory, or the Theory and Practice of Bee Culture in all its departments, the result of 18 years' personal study of their habits and instincts, by J. S. Harbison, 1861. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The introduction of the honey bee into California was an important event, and engrossed a large share of public attention. Wherefore it is peculiarly appropriate to preserve as full a record of the transaction as possible. The following letter from one of the earliest and most successful apiarists of this state contains an authentic account of the introduction of the first bees into California, as well as the success attending their first 5 years' cultivation in San Jose Valley. San Jose, January 11th, 1860. Mr. J. S. Harbison, Dear Sir, yours of the 26th December, propounding certain inquiries, has been received. The first bees imported into California was in March 1853. Mr. Shelton purchased a lot consisting of 12 swarms of some person to me unknown at Aspinwall. The party who left New York became disgusted with the experiment and returned. All of the hives contained bees when landed in San Francisco, but finally dwindled down to 1. They were brought to San Jose and threw off 3 swarms the first season. Mr. Shelton was killed soon after his arrival by the explosion of the ill-fated steamer Jenny Lind. In December, 2 of the swarms were sold at auction to settle up his estate, and were bought by Major James W. Patrick at $105 and $110, respectively. Mr. William Buck imported the second lot in November 1855. He left New York with 36 swarms and saved 18. I purchased a half interest in them. I also, in the fall of 1854, bought 1 swarm of Major Patrick, from which I had an increase of 2. Mr. Buck returned east immediately and arrived in February 1856 with 42 swarms, of which he saved but 7. Our increase in 1856 from the 28 swarms was 73. We also had about 400 pounds of honey in boxes, which we sold at from $1.50 to $2 per pound. Mr. William Briggs of San Jose brought out, spring of 1856, 1 swarm, from which he had an increase of 7 or 8 swarms the following summer. The above were the only importations I know of prior to the year, spring 1857, which covers the ground of your inquiries. There are in our county at this time about 1,000 swarms. Very respectively, etc., F. G. Appleton. The first hive of bees ever in the Sacramento Valley was brought from San Jose in the summer of 1855 by Mr. A. P. Smith, the eminent nurseryman of Sacramento. They, however, soon died, which gave the impression that bees would not do well in this vicinity. In this belief I did not concur, and therefore took measures to test the matter further. In the fall of 1855 I sent east and had 1 hive of bees brought out, which arrived in Sacramento February the 1st, 1856. Though most of the bees had died or escaped from the hive during the passage, enough remained to prove that, by careful handling, they could be imported with little loss, and that they would increase and make large quantities of honey when here. I left San Francisco May the 5th, 1857, on board the steamship Golden Gate, on my way east for the purpose of preparing a stock of bees for shipping to California. 67 colonies were prepared from my own apiaries, situated in Lawrence County, Pennsylvania. They were taken to New York and shipped on board the steamer Northern Light, which sailed from that port November the 5th, bound for Aspinwall. The bees were put on board in good order, were placed on the hurricane deck, kept well shaded and ventilated, and arrived at the latter port on the 15th of the same month, being 10 days from port to port. Having arrived at Aspinwall in the forenoon, and ascertained that no passengers or freight would be sent forward before the next morning, I obtained permission to open the hives on the company's grounds, and let the bees fly during that evening, which greatly relieved them and contributed to their health during the remainder of the voyage. The hives were closed up and placed on board the cars, crossed safely to Panama, and reshipped on board the steamer Sonora, which sailed from that port on the evening of the 16th, bound for San Francisco, where she arrived on the evening of the 30th. The bees had ample stores within their hives before they were started, to last them through their long journey. I neither watered or gave them any additional food during the whole trip, except what they obtained while flying out at Aspinwall. During each day's confinement the bees labored incessantly to gain their liberty, but as soon as it was dark they always became quiet, and remained so during the night. At San Francisco the bees were transferred from the Sonora to the steamer New World, and landed in Sacramento on the morning of December the 2nd, 1857, thus terminating a journey of 5,900 miles, which was at that time the longest distance that bees had been known to be transported at one continuous voyage. On opening the hives, I found that considerable numbers of bees had died in each, and that in 5 all were dead, having been destroyed by worms which had been hatched on entering the warm climate from eggs laid by the moth previous to starting. The combs were entirely enveloped in webs containing the worms, and were a perfect ruin. A few worms were found in each of the hives containing living bees, but were soon exterminated. Some hives were found to contain so few bees that they were united with other weak ones, till the number was reduced to 50. In the latter part of January 1858 I made a discovery which has since been verified in a number of instances. All the bees in 2 hives swarmed out, leaving them entirely deserted. On examining I found young brood, the combs were clean and healthy, and each hive contained some 6 or 8 pounds of honey. But it was nearly all sealed up, only a few cells containing honey being open. The cause of their deserting was then a mystery, as they had apparently all the requisites to do well. I finally suspected that, owing to their long confinement and frequent passing over the sealed surface of the comb, it had become glazed, so that the bees were not aware that they possessed so ample a store. Acting from this belief, I at once, with a knife, uncapped a portion of the honey in each remaining hive. This was repeated twice a week for the 2 following ones, and as the honey became scarce, feed was given to the most destitute. The result was that no more hives were deserted. There was no indication of disease of any kind existing in any of them. Hence there is no doubt of the above being a cause of bees deserting their hives. The stock was still further reduced by sale, so that 34 hives of bees remained on the 1st of April. These were increased to 120, most of which were sold in the summer and fall of that year. Again, on the steamer of September the 20th, 1858, I returned east for the purpose of transporting another stock which had been prepared for that purpose during the previous summer. On the 6th of December, in company with my brother W.C. Harbison, I sailed from New York with 114 colonies, and arrived at Sacramento January 1st, 1859, with 103 living. Of this importation, 68 were from Centralia, Illinois. The remaining 46 were from Lawrence County, Pennsylvania. Owing to the lateness of the season of shipping and unfavorable weather during the first 3 weeks after our arrival, we were only able to save 62 out of the whole number. These, together with 6 good hives remaining from the previous year, we increased to 422 colonies, including the 68 old ones. 300 of them filled standard hives, and the remainder averaged half full. The increase was all made on the artificial principle as laid down in this work. Not a single natural swarm issued from any hive during the whole season. I also formed a large number of colonies for different parties in Sacramento and vicinity, which were attended with like success. During the time between the 1st of October, 1858, and April 1st, 1859, there were shipped from New York for California over 1,000 hives of bees, not over 200 of which survived on the 1st of May of the latter year. All but 3 of the parties engaged in shipping them lost money by the operation, many of them being unacquainted with the business. Of the modes of importing bees to California, the most novel was that of Mr. J. Gridley, who brought 4 swarms across the plains from Michigan, placed in the rear end of a spring wagon. He arrived in Sacramento on the 3rd of August, 1859, with them in good condition. His plan was to feed them and, in addition, stop occasionally in the afternoon and allow the bees to fly out and work till dark, when they were closed up, to resume their journey early on the following morning. This was repeated from time to time as they required their liberty. Notwithstanding such disastrous results attending the previous year's shipments, there were upwards of 6,000 hives of bees imported during the winter of 1859 to 1860. They arrived in better condition apparently than those of previous years. Yet, owing to the fact that large numbers of them were infected with the disease known as foul brood prior to their purchase and shipment, together with the effects of so long a voyage, probably 1/2 of the whole number were lost. Many of the remainder have since died, or now linger in a diseased condition, which is infinitely worse for the parties owning them than if all had died at once. Thus the result has been bad for all concerned, for while some have lost their money, others have injured their reputation, besides paralyzing for a time an important branch of productive industry. End of Introduction of the Honey Bee to California, a chapter from Beekeeper's Directory, or the Theory and Practice of Bee Culture in all its departments, the result of 18 years' personal study of their habits and instincts. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Old Times, A Picture of Social Life at the End of the 18th Century by John Ashton. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paula Messina. Old Times, A Picture of Social Life at the End of the 18th Century. Royalty. Lives of the Georges and their families have been written ad nauseum, and I did not intend making any notes upon the royal personages then living, but I found some few paragraphs which lie outside regular history and may interest my readers. It was rather unfortunate for the Prince of Wales' proxy at the court of Brunswick that he should be attacked with the gout on the night of the marriage ceremony. Lord Malmesbury continued to be confined to his room when the last accounts came from Brunswick. Times, December 15, 1794. To Lord Malmesbury, on his being attacked by the gout, the day he represented the Prince of Wales in marriage with the Princess of Brunswick. At such a time the gout to have is much to be lamented. What must the royal bride conceive of him you represented? Cupid. Times, December 16, 1794. Lord Malmesbury's gout. His lordships sent to Brunswick court by proxy, there to wed a royal princess, as consort to George, our prince's bed. but charms like hers in bloom of life, too strong for age to meet. As he approached the intended wife, deprived him of his feet. Times, December 17, 1794. The lame lover, or British and French synonymy. With coach and six, with servants 8, with liveries spick and span, too sure, alas, a wretched fate befell the splendid, happy man. At such a time as this, the gout, 'twas pity, sirs, and yet 'tis true. The proxy's good, if fame's not out. His Royal Highness has a gout. Times, December 18, 1794. Her Majesty is very busily employed in embroidering a coat and waistcoat for His Majesty, which are to be worn at the approaching nuptials of the Prince and Princess of Wales. The coat is made of garter blue, broadcloth, and the waistcoat of white satin. The ornamental part is spoken of as being extremely beautiful. Times, January 13, 1795. The usual dress liveries of the Prince of Wales, while a bachelor, cost 50 guineas each. Those in which they will appear before the Princess have cost 100 guineas each. Times, March 17, 1795. Amidst the curious bills which are daily being brought to light, under the investigation of the Prince's trustees, is one of Mr. Leighton, the farrier, which for the last 7 years amounts to no less than £17,500. Times, August 29, 1795. The king being prevented, by the severity of the weather, from taking his usual diversion of hunting at Windsor, His Majesty, with his usual suite, makes daily pedestrian excursions, some of which amount to a route little short of 20 miles. Times, December 9, 1796. The Times of January 17, 1798, contains a paragraph showing the domesticity and simplicity of life in the royal family. The Princess of Württemberg expects to lie in towards the latter end of next month, and Her Majesty and the princesses are very busily employed in making the child bed linen, which is to be a present from the Queen. The Queen's birthday. The ballroom. The ball was the thinnest in company that we have ever witnessed, there being only 2 ladies on the benches allotted for those who dance. Neither the Prince nor Princess of Wales, the Duke or Duchess of York, were present. Soon after 9 o'clock, their Majesties entered the ballroom. The Duke of Clarence danced the first 2 minuets with the Princess Augusta, and 2 more with the Princess Elizabeth, which is very unusual. Prince William danced the next 2 with the Princess Mary, and 2 more with the Princess Sophia. Lord Morton then danced 2 dances with Lady Murray, daughter to the Duke of Athol, and 2 more with Lady M. Thynne. There were 4 country dances, but only 6 couples. The ball broke up soon after 11 o'clock. Times, January 19, 1798. Here is a specimen of royal economy, which was certainly unpopular. Some of the cream-colored horses formerly attached to the royal coach, and which were only used on state days, are now employed in the daily drudgery of hackney coaches. The present proprietor values them very highly, and thinks, from their great receipt of custom, that they will draw him into an easy fortune. Times, August 10, 1796. To the conductor of the Times. Sir, among many others, I was yesterday a spectator of what you notice in your paper of this morning. A pair of those noble animals, which for several years have drawn His Majesty's state coach, degraded to a hack. The spectacle really gave me concern, and most certainly reflects disgrace somewhere. It necessarily suggests 2 considerations. one relative to the dignity of majesty itself, the other to the natural emotions of sensibility. What, say the vulgar, are the king's state horses come to this? Oh, what a pity, says the man of sensibility, that these poor creatures, recently and habitually so caressed and pampered, should experience such a lamentable reverse. How fallen, how abused, how galled! I assure you, Mr. Editor, they are literally and grievously galled. Surely His Majesty must be a stranger to all this, and it would be of no disservice to him to let the public know that he is so. Those who love him cannot but feel for his horses, nor refrain from thinking that his sensibility as a man must be hurt at hearing of the sufferings of those stately animals, which once contributed to his most magnificent public appearance. A dutiful subject. Times, August 12, 1796. Here is a bit of satire on the Prince of Wales, who was notoriously at variance with both his father and mother. An illustrious personage is now engaged in making a collection of the profile likenesses of his friends. The number already collected is stated to amount to 50. His friends are certainly more numerous than those of almost any prince we ever heard of, except our own sovereign. The wealthy Croesus had but one friend, and that was his son. Times, November 6, 1799. End of Old Times, a picture of social life at the end of the 18th century.
The Proverbs of Threescore, affectionately addressed to 18, by Nathaniel Bloomfield. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Proverbs of Threescore, affectionately addressed to 18. 1. Have you seen the delightless abode where penury nurses despair, where comfortless life is a load age wishes no longer to bear? Ah, who in this laser house pent his lone wailings sends up to the skies? 'Tis the man whose young prime was misspent, 'tis he who so bitterly sighs. 2. His youth, sunk in profligate waste, less no comforts life's evening to cheer. He must only its bitterness taste, no friend, no kind relative near. His children, by want forced to roam, are aliens wherever they are. They have long left his desolate home, have left him alone to despair. 3. Have you seen the delectable place, where honored age loves to abide? Where plenty and pleasure and peace with virtue and wisdom reside? Autumn's fruits he has carefully stored, his herd's willing tributes abound, and the smiles of his plenteous board by his children's children are crowned. 4. And his is the godlike delight, the power to relieve the distressed. Who can contemplate blessings so bright, and not wish to be equally blessed? Then let not the means be forgot. Remember and mark this great truth. 'Twas not chance fixed his prosperous lot, 'twas the virtues of provident youth. 5. If such a bright prospect can charm, if you feel emulation arise, if your juvenile bosom is warm with the hope to be wealthy and wise, oh, cherish the noble design, the maxims of prudence pursue. Application and industry join, 'tis the way fickle fortune to woo. 6. Early cultivate virtue's rich seeds, these will fruits in life's winter display. Ne'er defer till tomorrow good deeds, that as well might be finished today. For age and experience can tell, and you'll find, when you grow an old man, though it's never too late to do well, you will wish you had sooner began. and of The Proverbs of Threescore, affectionately addressed to 18, by Nathaniel Bloomfield.
Psalm 18 by David, read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Psalm 18. I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, my God, my strength in whom I will trust, my buckler and the horn of my salvation and my high tower. I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from mine enemies. The sorrows of death compassed me, and the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. The sorrows of hell compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I called upon the Lord, and cried unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple, and my cry came before him, even into his ears. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub, and did fly. Yea, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters, and thick clouds of the skies. At the brightness that was before him, his thick clouds passed, hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered in the heavens, and the highest gave his voice, hailstones and coals of fire. Yea, he sent out his arrows, and scattered them, and he shot out lightnings, and discomfited them. Then the channels of water were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered at thy rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of thy breath of thy nostrils. He sent from above, he took me, he drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me, for they were too strong for me. They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He brought me forth also into a large place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands hath he recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and I did not put away his statutes from me. I was also upright before him, and I kept myself from mine iniquity. Therefore hath the Lord recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. With the merciful thou wilt show thyself merciful. With an upright man thou wilt show thyself upright. With the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the froward thou wilt show thyself froward. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but wilt bring down high looks. For thou wilt light my candle. The Lord my God will enlighten my darkness. For by thee I have run through a troop, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all those that trust in him. For who is God save the Lord? Or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength, and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath holden me up, and thy gentleness hath made me great. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, that my feet did not slip. I have pursued mine enemies and overtaken them. Neither did I turn again till they were consumed. I have wounded them that they were not able to rise. They are fallen under my feet. For thou hast girded me with strength unto the battle. Thou hast subdued under me those that rose up against me. Thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord, but he answered them not. Then did I beat them small as the dust before the wind. I did cast them out as the dirt in the streets. Thou hast delivered me from the strivings of the people, and thou hast made me the head of the heathen. A people whom I have not known shall serve me. As soon as they hear of me, they shall obey me. The strangers shall submit themselves unto me. The strangers shall fade away, and be afraid out of their close places. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. It is God that avengeth me, and subdueth the people under me. He delivereth me from mine enemies. Yea, thou liftest me up above those that rise up against me. Thou hast delivered me from the violent man. Therefore will I give thanks unto thee, O Lord, among the heathen, and sing praises unto thy name. Great deliverance giveth he to his king, and showeth mercy to his anointed, to David and to his seed for evermore. End of Psalm 18.
Section 18 of Song of Myself by Walt Whitman. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Song of Myself, Section 18. With music strong I come, with my cornets and my drums. I play not marches for accepted victors only. I play marches for conquered and slain persons. Have you heard that it was good to gain the day? I also say it is good to fall. Battles are lost in the same spirit in which they are won. I beat and pound for the dead. I blow through my embouchures, my loudest and gayest for them. Vivas to those who have failed, and to those whose war vessels sank in the sea, and to those themselves who sank in the sea, and to all generals that lost engagements, and all overcome heroes, and the numberless unknown heroes equal to the greatest heroes known. End of Song of Myself, Section 18.
Sonnet 18 by William Shakespeare. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sonnet 18. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lace hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can say, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. End of Sonnet 18, read by Scotty Smith.
Preface and Introduction of To Gibraltar and Back in an 18-tonner by one of the crew. Read for the LibriVox 18th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devorah Allen. Preface. A brief account of this trip first appeared in Hunt's Yachting magazine in 1886 and 1887. It has been brought out in this form at the express wish of my kind friend Mr. Corey, the owner of the Chirapa, with whom I have made many a pleasant cruise, but none more delightful than our cruise to Gibraltar and back. I take this opportunity of expressing my best thanks to Mr. Underhill for the chart which he has drawn for me, showing the actual course we took, and to Mr. Barlow Moore for his spirited sketches, taken from my descriptions, which, with Mr. Underhill's chart and the Commodore's photographs, are the only features of the book worthy of notice. One of the Crew. Temple, 1888. Introduction. Mind, you must all come and dine with me when you come back, were the last words we heard as, amid waving of hats and handkerchiefs, we steamed out of Charing Cross Station in the night mail on April the 6th, 1885. We, a friend whom I will call Mac, and self, were on our way to join a mutual friend, Mr. Corey, better known to us as the Commodore, at Dover, where he expected to arrive on the following morning in his yacht, the Chirapa. After a long illness, he had been ordered by his doctors to take a 2 months' holiday, and he had asked Mac, Mr. Underhill, and myself to join him in a cruise along the coasts of Spain and Portugal, as it was much too early in the season to think of going anywhere else. Though this involved crossing the dreaded bay at a bad time of the year and in a small boat, we had all too much confidence in the Chirapa's capabilities, having sailed in her before, to hesitate about availing ourselves of such a splendid opportunity of getting away from England in the spring. The yacht was ordered to be ready by the 2nd of April, and the original plan was for us all to start from Aldborough, where she was laid up. But the usual delays took place, and when the Commodore eventually went down, Underhill and I were unable to accompany him, so Mac decided to join with me at Dover, and it was arranged that Underhill should meet us at Plymouth. It was the fact that we contemplated crossing the bay direct instead of coasting, which had brought our friends down to the station to take, as they thought, a fond and last farewell. Foolhardy had been the mildest term applied to us by our friends and acquaintances when the cruise was decided upon, and the way in which our tradesmen sent in their bills when they got wind of it made us most anxious to get well away on the waves which never cease from troubling, but where the debtor is at rest. It was bitterly cold when we arrived at Dover, and when we found that there was a heavy sea running and the wind blowing fresh, we congratulated ourselves on being well out of it, and retired to rest, feeling sure that we need not trouble the boots to call us extra early the next morning. The prospect we had from the Lord Warden when we came down to breakfast on the following day was certainly anything but inviting. The sky was dull and threatening. There was a nasty soaking drizzle, and the sea seemed to have got up still more in the night, and was lashing itself into fury against the Admiralty Pier, sending clouds of spray over it and over the sea-wall opposite the hotel, sprinkling the windows of the coffee-room with salt water. With the exception of one tiny boat far out at sea, which at the time I took for a fishing smack, not a sail could be seen. We heard that the volunteers were having a field day somewhere in the neighbourhood, but the weather was not sufficiently tempting to induce us to venture out, so having laid in a store of literature, we retired to the smoking-room for the rest of the morning, as we had given up all hope of seeing the Chirapa till late in the afternoon. We had, however, only just finished lunch, when we spied her coming into the harbour, with topmast struck, reefed bowsprit, small jib, 3 reefs down in the mainsail, and dinghy on deck, which gave us a very good idea of the dusting she had had. It turned out that the boat had arrived off Dover early in the morning, but as the Commodore could not get her into the basin in consequence of the tide, he stood right out again, as he found there was less sea outside the pier than in the Wick. We were soon on board, and found the cabin in a nice state of confusion. A few pieces of the swinging lamp still remained to show where it had been, while boots, newspapers, and matchboxes were floating about in the water, which had found its way down the companion and forecastle hatch, through the skylights, and covered the cabin floor. Nothing put out by these little discomforts, the Commodore was making a big lunch. Seated alongside of him was a hungry-looking fox-terrier pup, a parting gift from the worthy proprietor of the East Suffolk Hotel, Aldborough, who was taking the deepest interest in the performance, while a friend who had agreed to take Underhill's place as far as Plymouth was hurriedly packing up. "What, not hungry after your sail?" I said. "Nope, I'm off," was the reply. "But you are surely not going to leave now?" "Oh, yes, I am, my boy. I tell you what it is. I don't mind cold by itself. I don't mind rain by itself. I don't mind wet by itself, and I don't so much mind being sick. But when you get all these things together, it's not good enough. I tell you what it is, it's not the weather for yachting." He was as good as his word, and went up to town by the very next train, after taking a most touching farewell. The Chirapa is a cutter of 18 tons, classed at Lloyd's A1, 15 years. Her dimensions are length overall 52 feet 6 inches, length on waterline 44 feet 3 inches, beam 10 feet 5 inches, depth 7 feet 6 inches, greatest freeboard 4 feet, least freeboard 2 feet 3 inches. Considering that the area of her lower sail is only 1,430 feet, she is exceptionally heavily sparred, her mast being 11.5 inches, and her boom 7.5 inches in diameter. She was built by Messrs. Ogilvy and Company, 1884, from her owner's designs, and went straight off the slips to Christiansand, the workmen who were still engaged on her going ashore at the mouth of the river, in a boat which they had towing behind. This, with the exception of a trip down the Channel on her return from Norway, was practically her second cruise. She makes up 5 berths without counting the forecastle, i.e., owner's cabin, 1, 2 in the main cabin, and 2 in the ladies'. The owner's cabin was not used on this cruise, as it was piled up with stores, spare sails, etc. She is very dry, wonderfully handy, and about as good a little cruiser as can be found. Her best run in the 24 hours on her outward journey was 154 miles, and homeward bound 171. It is only fair to say that the spinnaker was left behind, and these runs were done under jib, foresail, and mainsail alone. The crew consisted of the owner, alias the Commodore, who holds a master's certificate, Orvis, who acts as master when the Commodore is not on board, Jack, and a cabin boy, Arthur. Next morning the clocks on shore were just striking 4 as we passed through the gates. There was very little wind outside, but it breezed up during the day, and we had fresh winds, shifty from north-northeast, down to Plymouth. 2 reefs down in the mainsail the whole way. As the Commodore had made up his mind that his 12-foot wooden dinghy, which, by the way, had already been damaged on the journey from Aldborough, was not only inconvenient on deck, but also very dangerous in rough weather, he decided to put into Southampton and buy a berthen collapsible boat. Accordingly, we ran into Southampton about 11:30 a.m. on Wednesday morning, and had left our own boat and got the new berthen on board by 9 in the evening. We got under way next morning at 6 o'clock, and brought up at Plymouth inside the Catwater at 1 p.m. on Friday. Anything so cold as the weather we had after leaving Dover, none of us had ever experienced. Orvis went so far as to say that he had never felt it so cold in the North Sea. I only know that, although I was wearing a double allowance of underclothing, 2 suits of clothes, and a thick muffler, I could not manage to keep warm. After sending a telegram to Underhill, we spent the rest of the day over the fire in the smoking room at the hotel, trying to thaw our frozen limbs. Underhill came on board at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, and made such a terrific noise that, seeing no chance of being allowed to go to sleep again, we reluctantly turned out, and while Mac was still grumbling, he was formally introduced to the disturber of our repose, whom he had not met before. The best part of the day was spent in getting the topmast on deck, taking down the crosstrees, and making all snug for crossing the bay. In the evening the Commodore divided us into 2 watches, himself, Underhill, and Jack taking the starboard watch, while Mac, Orvis, and I were in the port watch. As we had plenty of stores of all kinds on board, including a medicine chest, which, I am happy to say, was only once called into use, we were under no restrictions except as regarded water. The Chirapa's tanks only holding 250 gallons, we were forbidden to use fresh water for drinking or washing purposes. This order, more especially as regarded the first part, met with everybody's most cordial approval, and was strictly obeyed. The weather being so cold, the fresh meat we took on board at Plymouth lasted till we got to Vigo, and it was only on the passage from Tangiers to Lisbon that we were obliged to have recourse to our tinned things. The salt beef was always preferred. End of introduction of to Gibraltar and back in an 18-tonner.